Okay, it is 7 o'clock and I am calling this meeting to order. This is the May 25th work session. I am Mayor Beverly H. Brooks. We will start with roll call. And Mr. Gomez, if you don't mind muting everyone who is not a council member at this time. Thank you. Vice Mayor Yasu,
I'm present.
Councilman Carroll,
Present.
Councilman Hassan,
Present.
Councilwoman Hopkins,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
and Councilman Perkins.
Present.
Thank you all. It is great to have you in attendance, and it's great to have the community in attendance as well. We will have section B, which is work session and a policy in terms of any member of the public may address questions or comments to the council referencing only agenda items after the mayor and the council have had the opportunity to discuss the agenda items. Each attendee will be allowed 3 minutes for comments. And so looking at the agenda, are there any additions or corrections?
Madam Mayor, I have a motion. All right. I would like to add an agenda item to go back to having regular work session at the City Hall starting from July.
We can. I think that was already addressed in Mr. Gomez's plan as far as for us to meet. But if there's a second, we can proceed. But I think Mr. Gomez had that in his plan in terms of when we were going to meet. Is there a second?
We can discuss it. We're not voting on it.
Okay. I would second if it's just for discussion purposes, as long as we're not voting on it this meeting or the regular meeting.
This is a work session. This is Robin. You do not vote at a work session. And normally you would not make changes to the agenda, but if that's the council's desire, you can certainly do that. But again, you're not going to vote on any item this evening.
Madam Mayor, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we can either proceed with the agenda as stated. If that's the desire of the council, we have a motion, but we normally don't vote. So if you want to.
Madam Mayor, point of order. We can always add to the agenda if there is a majority, and let's vote. And I mean, we're not voting to make any changes, but we're voting to add to the agenda.
Oh, no problem. The motion's on the floor.
I thought that we would add items that had relevance to what was going on in the community or something pressing, but this is something that's already been addressed and has a date. So I don't see the importance of it today. That's just my view.
So what we can do is vote and then go from there. So all those in favor of adding the agenda item, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion passed, and we'll just make that item the last item. All right, so we will proceed with old business, which is the second reading to amend the city charter to modernize certain provisions to add Article 4 of the agenda. Add Article 4 of the charter regarding budgeting, appropriations, and auditing to repeal conflicting provisions. And Mr. Gomez, I know that was Councilwoman Johnson, that was from the Charter Review Committee's recommendations. And as part of the readings, we have to have 2 readings of this and 2 votes. And so this will be the second reading, and we will have the second vote next week. Is there anything else that needs to be added to this, Mr. Gomez?
No, that is all.
Okay. Council, did you have any other comments on this? As you know, we cannot make any additional changes. If we do, we have to start the whole process over again. Okay. No comments. Mr. Gomez, did anyone from the community sign up for this one?
Did not have anybody sign up to speak, but I know there's at least 2 people who did not provide specific items, but they stated they may speak.
Okay. Do you have those said people?
Oh, and they would raise their hand if they wanted to speak, but I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no further discussion, we will move on to item D2. And that would be to adopt a citywide litter control ordinance. And this is a follow-up from last month's meeting. And Mr. Gomez.
Yes, as you stated, Mayor, follow-up from last meeting, we took the changes that were suggested by council. This is the revised. We specifically removed a section stipulating the requirement of a license that can be addressed through the business license process and not as part of the litter control process. And the second item regarding, I think, part of the enforcement, if I recall correctly, but those changes have been made to this ordinance, which would create section 23 in the City of Clarkston Code of Ordinances, litter control, which would bring into one section, again, section 23, the provisions that are currently in multiple sections throughout the city's Code of Ordinances regarding the control, administration, and enforcement of our litter throughout the city.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And council, did you have any additional concerns or questions as it relates to this item?
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as Mr. Gomez properly appropriately addressed the concern that was raised the last meeting, I see that it has been amended, so that is great. I just want to add one thing, and I will speak about this as well when we speak about the animal control ordinance we have, and that has to do with the word owner for any animals in both this in the language and also on the next one that I will speak on later. But I would like to replace the word owner, instead just leave custodian and caregiver of animals. And I just feel like the word owner would have a negative connotation. A lot of people do consider pets as their family member, not their property. So I think, I don't know if there is a consensus with the council, but I feel we could start with little things like words such as owner should not be used. I just feel like when we're dealing with pets, so I would recommend that we remove the word owners and replace it by, or just leave custodian, or we could add caregiver.
Council, did you have any other concerns that you would like to address with the litter control beyond Vice Mayor Yasu's recommendation? Okay. Hearing none. Thank you, Vice Mayor Yasu, for your concerns about that piece. Mr. Gomez, do we have any residents wanting to speak on this item?
Yes, Mr. Brian Medford.
Okay, Mr. Medford, please speak at this time.
Evening, everybody. Great ordinance. All for this. Definitely, I pick up my fair share of trash on the street on Roland every week. And my only question would be, or only request would be, to come up with a complementary program with this to add more trash cans in the city, and also to possibly make them more visible. At some point, we painted them camo black for some reason. I'm not sure why, but they should be easily spotted, easily used, easily reached. Put them where people can use them, and they will. So that would be my only comment. Other than that, this is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that recommendation as well. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else registered to speak?
Mr. Warren Hadlock.
Mr. Hadlock, please speak at this time.
Yes, I was, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was not able to look at this entire agenda packet, but I saw discuss adopting city animal control ordinance. I didn't know it meant litter. And
There's two, Mr. Hadlock, there are two ordinances on here. One is for litter, and the second one under new business addresses animal control. So just making sure that you know there's two.
I see D2 and E2. Are we just on D2?
We're on D2. We're on D2.
Litter control.
I'll wait for E2. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you again. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else registered to speak?
No, Mayor.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm
you.
sorry. We have Mr. Moore has his hand raised.
Okay, Mr. Moore, you can speak at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I agree with Brian that we need to have some more trash cans in strategic locations and visibility. And I would also like to encourage the apartment complexes to put up signs reminding people as they're leaving the project or the complex that they may have trash on their hood, on the hood of their car that is going to be distributed throughout the city if they don't put in the proper receptacle before they leave the apartment property. Is there any way we can encourage them to put up signs in their complex to ensure that? That's what I'd like to encourage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and we'll take that in terms of our communication with the apartment complex to encourage them to remind residents to watch the back of their cars to make sure that they don't keep them on the trash bags on their cars. Thank you. Okay, if there's nothing else, Mr. Gomez, no one else?
No others.
Thank you. We will proceed to item D3, which is to approve parking lot lease agreement with the Clarkston United Methodist Church. And this is a follow-up to an item that we had previously. And Mr. Gomez, would you please talk about this item?
So again, as we discussed at a prior meeting, this is the city's lease with the Clarkston United Methodist Church for the city to lease and make certain improvements on the property located at 1019 Roland Street that is currently owned by the Clarkston United Methodist Church. As I had discussed previously, we have had an existing lease since 2011. That lease went through at least a couple of changes that were not formalized, and therefore, although the lease continued in perpetuity until either party made a change, we are making a change. The church has tentatively agreed to these changes. At the last work session, the council comments included adding a provision in the actual lease to file the lease with the court so that the terms of the lease, specifically due to the improvements on the property that are valued over $140,000, the milling and paving of the parking lot, as well as changes to the entrances, restriping, relocating the trash container, and putting it in having it fenced in, enclosed. Those changes are part of this lease, and we will be filing this with the clerk of the court, with the court, so that it stays with the property should the property be sold. So it's to run with the land, and we will record a memorandum so stating that it will continue with the land even upon the sale of the land, that the city will continue to lease this for 30, it's an annual lease to be renewed for 30 consecutive years. And I have sent this multiple times to the church, have not heard back from them, but have not heard anything to the contrary of the church not approving the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And council, were there any additional things in terms of follow-up that you want to address or comment as it relates to this previous item? Hearing none, Mr. Gomez, do we have any comments from the public?
There were none that signed up that I see. Nobody has a hand up either.
Outstanding. And thank you for bringing this item back to the agenda for us to review. Okay. We will now move on to new business, which is item E1, to discuss the 2021 proposed advertised millage rate. And Mr. Gomez, please speak on this item.
This is an annual process where we review the data provided by the DeKalb County, specifically the tax digest. We are required to every year adopt a millage rate. We did receive data from DeKalb County earlier today, just a couple of hours ago. We believe we have some questions on it. So we are waiting to receive that. We should have clarification this week. Upon receipt of that, I will provide that to the council, and we will include it in the agenda, next week's council meeting agenda. However, in the interim, this is the data that we received. Essentially the spreadsheet that shows the millage rate, the valuations as part of the 2020 tax digest for the item, the rows that you see under the description column, the first column on the left for real property, personal property, motor vehicles, etc. And then including a gross digest. It has in the second column, last year's digest, 2020, and then the fifth column all the way to the right, the current year 2021 tax digest, or the values, again, for real property, personal property, and motor vehicles. We have some questions about some of the data, specifically some of the public utility information does not appear to be included in this report. So we're still waiting to get a final version of this. But we believe the increase, there is a proposed increase in the digest. As you can see in the row under net digest, which I'm highlighting now, where the digest increased from $214,453,473. It increased to $245,605,192. So that's good news in terms of valuation. I know that I've spoken with some residents who are not always in approval that their property increases in value, but because that unless there's a drastic reduction in the millage rate, then that means that the amount of taxes that they will pay will increase. Again, unless there's a drastic reduction, as I stated, in the actual tax rate or the millage rate, which is what the council must adopt a not to exceed amount at next week's council meeting. But this change or growth in the net digest is about 14.5%. Last year, the digest increase was about 10%. The year before that, it was about 24%. As I stated last year, what we don't know that impacts eventually the amount of revenue that we will receive is the appeals and how those are actually resolved by the county. Because typically people had until, I believe they will have, until July 1st to appeal their valuation, which again, across the entire city, residential, commercial, and industrial, there is a total net digest increase of 14.5%. That doesn't mean that everybody's property value increases by 14.5%. That's just the aggregate, the total for the entire city. We have proposed, or we did propose, and the council approved at the December 1st, 2020 council meeting, that we retain the same millage rate. in 2021 as we did in 2020, which would mark the 6th consecutive year of the same millage rate. What the council would need to adopt next week is, again, a maximum millage rate, a not to exceed. The council can lower the millage rate, but they would not be after that number is determined next week. The council can lower it, but the council cannot increase after that vote is taken next week. This spreadsheet further shows, as I continue down the spreadsheet, the calculation of the rollback rate. And per the data that we have, that again, we will confirm with the county, that rollback millage rate is 14.522. That rollback rate means the amount of the tax rate that would generate the same amount of revenue in the current year as in the prior year, given the increase in the digest. So again, the council can, our recommendation, as I stated from the budget approval for the current fiscal year budget, was that we simply retain the same millage rate. That would be my recommendation to propose next week, but certainly when we have a final set number from the county, hopefully by tomorrow or Thursday at the very latest, we will have a better idea of what that could look like for the current year. It is estimated that 1 mil, the value of 1 mil is approximately about 200,000. Again, we're not certain if this digest is the final amount because we do have a question on it, and the county did not get back to us before this meeting started. So this is the data that we have now. The rollback millage rate currently is about, it represents and would be a 9.42% increase if we retained the proposed millage rate, the 15.89. So a little, again, we don't have all the information just yet, but we do have at least something to show. And again, what we do know is that there will be an increase in the valuation. Again, the 2021 net digest, but there may be some slight adjustments, and likely those adjustments may be an increase. We believe that some of this is just missing some valuations, but we're not 100% certain at this time. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And if you would go back up, and I will get you, Vice Mayor Yasu. Give me a second. I noticed that from last year, they reassessed, and it was about 21,000. Was that a reduction in terms of the millage rate in 2020? The reassessment?
No, that's just reassessing the value of the real property. That means that the reassessment, the assessments they do every year, that means that that's the value of the increase in real property throughout the entire city.
Okay. And that value from the digest, that includes the reductions as far as any changes with the value. I'm just trying to make sure in terms of, I see the 237,000. And that's looking at some of the new properties that we have and everything in the city, correct?
The new properties are likely not in this valuation because new properties had to have been added by April 1. And that means that new properties would have, any new construction, for example, the townhomes, the Glendale Row townhomes over off of Glendale Row, they would have had to have received a certificate of occupancy prior to April 1, which there are 10 of them, I believe 10 that did. So they would be here assessed as new properties, but it's 10 of them. That's not a significant amount, but I mean, well, it's an amount. It can be as much as $2 million would be my guess. I haven't looked at the detail because it's not available just yet, but I'm inferring that, or taking a calculated guess, that each one is likely assessed at about 200,000 for tax purposes, maybe a little bit more, and then 40% of that is what is eventually taxable.
Okay. So to your point, the we haven't had the cottages are not a part of that.
No, because there hasn't been any construction for the homes. If you're referring to the cottages on Vaughn, or
Yes, the cottages on Vaughn.
right, they're not on there neither, and there's no. I mean, that there is construction there, but they're not completed. The certificates of occupancy have not been issued. Same with the Starnes Senior. I don't think the certificate of occupancy was issued, but even if it was not prior to April 1. And the other housing projects are still under construction. The homes on East Avenue and the apartment complex on East Ponds as well.
Okay. And thank you for that clarification. And Vice Mayor Yasu, you had a question.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say I think although there is an increment in the values, I would strongly support keeping it just like the proposed right there, 15.89. And this is just for advertising purposes, but I think in the last 6 years, we haven't had any increment, but we haven't reduced the tax millage rate. So I feel like this is the right time possibly to reduce it by 1 or 2 mils, but for advertising purposes, I would strongly encourage us to continue with that rate for now.
Right. And again, thank you for those comments. We definitely can keep it at the 15.89. Any changes, we have to be mindful of that towards the budget. I definitely would love to see if we could reduce it to even make it $14.99 if we had to. But for advertisement purposes and for the discussion, the 15.89 makes sense. And Councilman Carroll, I see you have your hand waved.
Yes, I would just like to agree with Vice Mayor Yasu that I think for advertising purposes, we can keep it at 15.89 just in case there's some sort of surprise that gives us the flexibility that we wouldn't have if we moved the advertising rate down. But I also agree with Councilman Yasu that it stayed at the same rate for 6 years. And during those 6 years, we've seen a really substantial increase in the property values. And if you keep the mill the same while property values are increasing, what you're really doing is you're doing a closet tax increase on the homeowners, which we've done, for the last several years. So I think it may be appropriate this year, like Vice Mayor Yasu said, is to possibly consider lowering it a mill. If 14.52 is the rollback rate, assuming this data is final, I think going down to 14.89 would still give us some margin for error in case there are appeals or other changes that we don't foresee right now. So I think that might be appropriate. Of course, we'll have to see what the final data is, but I think keeping it 15.89 for advertising and then lowering to 14.89 once we come to the final vote may be a responsible decision.
Okay. Thank you. And council, any other council member have a comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is Councilman
Yes,
Perkins.
Councilman Perkins.
I just wanted to just state my agreement with Councilman Yasu and Councilman Carroll as well, both to maintaining the 15.89 advertising rate. But then I also agree that I think, anytime we can reduce the millage rate and not sort of increase taxes in a more subtle way, I think that's good. So I just wanted to state my agreement with that.
Perfect. Any other council members? And so,
Mayor, this
yes.
is Robin. Just to, I put it up on the screen. If the council adopts a millage rate higher than the rollback rate, then we are required under Georgia code to have the 3 public hearings. So it would be the same process that we've utilized for the last at least 5 years. 6 probably, maybe longer than that. But anyway, we would have two public hearings for the millage rate, if I have my schedule correct, on and Tracy can correct me, I think we have them on the 22nd of June. There would be one at 10 a.m. and then at 6:30. And then the third and the final one would be at the June 29th council meeting. It's a week earlier, or about a week earlier, because the county requested that we provide them an adopted millage rate by July the 2nd, either July 1st or July 2nd. And we would not have our council the normal schedule. We would have the work session on the 29th, and then the council meeting would not be until July the 5th or 6th, the 6th, excuse me. So it would be after what the county's requested. That's why it's about a week earlier, the work session and the council meeting.
And just to kind of even follow up, the properties that are currently under construction now, when we have that, maybe the discussion next week, how will that, in terms of if we decided to lower the millage rate, what impact would that have? Like, for example, the village, tiny cottages, tiny homes, those properties, because you said the senior center is not part of that. And
they would not be impacted at all for this year. It would be next year. They would show up on next year's tax digest.
Any other questions from the council? All right, Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone sign up for this?
We have, this is E4. I'm sorry, no, we did not have anyone signed up for it.
Okay.
I don't see anybody with a hand raised. Well, we don't have anybody signed up for it. Sorry.
No,
Right.
no one's interested in their taxes. Can do whatever you want. Public doesn't care.
So, okay, I like that. But we definitely want to look at how we can potentially lower it. Thank you. And we'll move on to item E2, which is to discuss adopting a city animal control ordinance. And Mr. Gomez, if you talk about this, and this, we talked about it at the last council meeting in terms of the cat component. And that was something that Commissioner Terry brought up, not only to us, to other cities, but in that process, we recognized we didn't have an official ordinance for our city. So we had to go back and revise it and make sure that we had something instead of just adopting what DeKalb County had. So Mr. Gomez.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and that is very accurate. We found that our animal control ordinance simply referenced that we adopted the county, DeKalb County Animal Control Ordinance. Which is fine. In the 2 years, 4 months I've been here, we have not had any issues communicated to us in terms of the animal control ordinance that we were following the county. However, it is likely better policy, and certainly my recommendation, that we adopt our own that's specific to the city of Clarkston, and that is the item here in front of you. This language really just stems from a combination of DeKalb counties as well as a few other neighboring or area cities, Chamblee, Doraville, Brookhaven, where some of the language came from. They were all very similar, and it's very similar to the other cities that I've worked in. It pretty much simply codifies, what the responsibilities are pretty much for all of our residents, anybody who has in their custody specifically a dog and a cat, your general domesticated pets. But it does even incorporate some items involving a few others, such as, bird sanctuary, that the city's designated as a bird sanctuary. But pretty much this ordinance simply details and lists the responsibilities of, again, the caretakers, the owners of pets, in terms of how they're to be cared, how they're to be under the control, how they are not to be running around at large, again, to promote safety, so people are not attacked while out walking around, that a dog doesn't just run free on the streets, etc. It also incorporates that all dogs and cats are to be vaccinated, which is already a county requirement. And also the ordinance incorporates how we enforce for non-compliance and specifically processes for dangerous or vicious animals if they've been deemed that way through a legal or through a court process. And also, as we discussed previously, that we are to encourage, recommend, and that the city is a participant of Community Cats program or programs. I mean, currently I'm only aware of one that we heard from, but this ordinance includes that language that we will participate in and encourage the participation to, again, trap, neuter, and release the feral or cat colonies throughout the city, which, again, in the time I've been here, to my knowledge, we have not received a call. No one has communicated to me that there are problems with a cat colony or an excessive amount of cats or just any issues with any feral or colonies of cats just kind of out and about in neighborhoods or apartment complexes. I do see what appear to be loose cats every now and then, but again, nothing that has led to a level of people with concerns calling the city or calling our police to enforce. We've actually had more calls and comments about dogs and their caretakers not using proper processes to pick up the animal waste or excrement more than anything else in the time I've been here. However, again, we simply want to encourage to adopt this ordinance so that it's codified in our city code of ordinances. And of course, we can make any changes desired, et cetera. This is really kind of the discussion as to what we need to include or what we can change or remove. Be happy to answer any questions, comments.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And council, did you have any additional comments? I know Vice Mayor Yasu wanted us to consider changing the word from owner to either caretaker or guardian. Is there any other discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I think I might be in a minority among cat guardians that my cats are strictly 100% indoor cats. I think a significant number of people in Clarkston have indoor-outdoor cats that they just sort of let out. And it appears under this ordinance that would become illegal. And I'm also concerned on the litter ordinance as well. It does not differentiate between cats and dogs. And so when someone does just let their cat out, if the cat uses the bathroom on a neighbor's property, would they then be in trouble the same as they would if it were a dog? And also this says it's unlawful to have any animal unattended running loose. And that would seem to be the norm for most people's cats. It is the idea to just ban that completely.
Well, the idea is to, again, ensure that your pets, your dog, your cat are not running loose at large beyond your property. I mean, I've yet to see a city that does not have that. There may be some out there, but it's very, very rare. But we can take cat out of it if that's the desire. And that would mean that we can let cats run loose wherever they want to go. I mean, if that's the direction, we can certainly do that.
I mean, honestly, for me, we have a coyote problem and I would not dream of letting my cats out, but I'm just saying that would be a lifestyle change for a significant number of people and their cats who, I mean, I also have a screened in porch so my cats can like hang out on the patio and catch the breeze. But I have yet to see anyone in Clarkston walking a cat on a leash or to make an electronic fence work for a cat without getting their face clawed off. So I do think a majority of cat people do just let their cats out. And like I said, I don't recommend it. I think people, they should be indoor animals. They live longer indoors. They're not subject to traffic and coyotes, but I do think that that would be a very significant change for a lot of people.
Councilwoman Hopkins, can you hear me? Can you hear me
I
now?
can, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Oh, well, I was just going to say you're not a minority. I think I do certainly agree with what Councilmember Hopkins was saying.
Thank you. Any other council comments?
This is Councilman Carroll. I do have one other comment. So, and it's probably a question. So my understanding is DeKalb County is the one that has the animal control. So if there were any sort of animal issue that was a non-emergency, I assume the animal control for DeKalb County would probably be mostly enforcing this ordinance, right?
Yeah, because we don't have a animal
Right,
control in Clarkston.
Right, we don't have what used to be called the dog warden or a dog catcher. Our police can enforce any ordinance in the city, as well as code compliance, code enforcement. So, but really animal control here is essentially, and in many cities, in these types of situations where it's a county-wide service, animal control, they're pretty much out really collecting strays for the most part, but they do have the ability to enforce. But this ordinance does provide for our police and our code compliance to enforce the ordinance.
So that was my question. Is my concern is that if we differentiate too far from DeKalb's ordinance, that it may cause some conflict between like what their animal control officers used to enforcing versus what Clarkston has as a separate ordinance. So I didn't know how much this differs from previously. I know we just integrated DeKalb's ordinance. I didn't know if that created any issues.
It's not significantly different. Really, this just took out a lot of the language that was specific to DeKalb County.
And you said you also looked at some of the neighboring cities.
Correct. And they're all very similar.
Mr. Gomez, did we have any, first council, anyone else have any comments? But yes, Vice Mayor Yasu. Yes.
Just last question. Is there anything that actually bars, what do you call it, the puppy mill breeding or puppy breeding, dog breeding in this ordinance?
No.
I know it might be against the law because they might not have a license, but I'm just wondering if we add it to this, if we can add it if necessary, or if
we can. Yeah, we could state in here that it is illegal. It is against city code to allow for either, well, I would imagine that any type of breeding service would have to be something that we do permit, that we do allow in our zoning code. Therefore, it would be, again, allowed by our city code. Anything contrary to that would be prohibited. So we could incorporate language so stating both of those, that again, any type of dog breeding would have to be permitted by city and county and state codes, and anything other than that would be prohibited.
I would certainly agree with that, Mr. Gomez. I think we could to add it and make an exception for licensed breeders.
Thank you for your comments, Vice Mayor Yasu. If there's no other comments from the council, Mr. Gomez, who did we have signed up?
Mr. Medford.
Mr. Medford.
Evening, everybody. So my comment is about section 1042, general responsibility of owners, under section I, the tethering and trolley systems. I still hate those things. The animal can still hang itself, even if you are, per part 10, tethering the animal sufficient distance from objects, limbs fall in yards, things like that. But I would propose that we do a limitation on how long an animal may be tethered. I've seen other municipalities that will limit it, first of all, to only a certain, we already have a certain amount of time only, but there needs to be supervision. And you can't just stake your dog out on this thing and go to work for 10 hours and come back. We're already stating that a person has to have the trolley system set inside a proper enclosure. If you got a proper enclosure, why you get the dog on a trolley? It just seems like we're already saying no tethering of an animal, but we're saying you can tether it if you put it on a string with all of these things. And I get it. I've seen some municipalities, this is how they get around it. But I think if you were to say that you have to at least have some supervision, somebody has to be home if you're going to leave the dog staked out in the yard like this, because you really are just staking it out again. And you can't have, if you're keeping it away from any distance, it means there's no, there's going to be no shelter for the animal. So you can't have a dog house near the tether. It's just I find it to be a bad workaround that I think that I don't really see that people in the city have these kind of trolleys that they run their animals on. So, but that would be my thing. As for, I used to do animal rescue. I hate puppy mills, absolutely hate puppy mills. Everybody should be adopting. I would talk to Stephen Quinn. Animals are still viewed as property in the state of Georgia. If you try to outlaw somebody from selling puppies, that's going to be hard to stop. Trust me. If some of the animal rescue groups could have figured it out, they would have. But that is a bold idea. I like the idea. I just think we could get into a thorny legal issue with it. So yeah, just ask Stephen Quinn. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Medford. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else signed up?
Possibly Mr. Hadlock.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes, I wanted to thoroughly agree with Brian Medford on the on leaving animals on a trolley system or cable line for unattended for 12 hours is to me cruelty and dangerous for the animal. I mean, I am also, you know, I mean, a 100 square foot fenced in area is only 10 by 10 feet. That's almost too small to leave an animal in, but it's better than having it, you know, on a cable line for up to 12 hours a day. I agree that it ought to be fewer hours, and the other issue that I had to do with animals being spayed or neutered, and I know it's a touchy issue, but I really, and I don't know if it can be done legally, but I really feel like I wish we could enforce having animals either spayed or neutered unless they're owned by a registered licensed breeder. And as Brian said, you know, he really hates puppy mills, and I hate them too. And people can, you know, people can breed their dog, and the city's probably never going to find out about it. So to me, the way, and it also helps if the animal ever gets out, chases after, or a dog chases after a female in heat throughout the neighborhood. You know, being neutered or spayed protects us from unwanted litters of puppies. So once again, I don't know if it could be done legally or not to force people to either spay or neuter their dog. Maybe the city could help with the cost. But if it can be done legally, I would certainly be in favor of it. In order to just for the benefit of the animals. So I guess that's about all I have on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Hadlock, to that point, one of the things that we are also doing is partnering with the Georgia Animal Alliance to make sure that we can provide vaccines, vaccinations, and information on getting their pets spayed and neutered. So we're trying to do that in terms of making sure that we partner and have the resources available to the community so that if that's something that they need to do for their pets, we're making it available to them as well.
I think if you can, you know, what Mr. Gomez was talking about as far as, you know, you would have to have a business license and be registered and all of that in order to be legally breed animals. It's a good thing. It's just that unfortunately, animals will still breed when they're given the opportunity. So, you know, anything we can do to encourage people to spay or neuter their pet, if they're not a licensed breeder, would be great. And that's good what you're talking about, Beverly. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else signed up?
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Dean Moore, please speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The county ordinance in the past, I believe, was $275 fine for cats that are off their property and are picked up by the county. And I assume that we would have the county picking up these strays anyway. But at the same time, we're trying to encourage people to take care of the stray cats that are already out there, the feral cats. And I'm wondering what the liability is, or if we can reduce that fine somehow to keep people from getting swept up in an expensive endeavor of trying to control the cats in the neighborhood. I know that it's encouraged to catch the feral cats and have them neutered or spayed to prevent the population from exploding. But at the same time, they will attract other pets. If somebody lets their pet out the door, they may commiserate and hang out on street corners together and things like that. So I think it would be a good show of support for that loose, free-ranging feral population to reduce any fines that somebody's pet may get caught up in, somebody's chipped cat or pet cat that has a collar with identification on it. If the cat does get picked up, that there be an attempt to return the cat to its home, to its owner, not lock it up in the confines of the county detention area for animals, and to encourage people to take care of some of these feral cats, to feed them and maybe allow them on their property as well. So I just wanted to encourage support for the cat population out there without extreme penalties for those of us who may want to take care of these stray animals. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and thank you for your comments. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else?
No one else from the public, although I think Councilwoman Hopkins had her hand raised.
Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
Oh, well, I was just noticing it did say in here, I think, if this is the correct ordinance, section 2310, that the fine would be not less than $250. I just made a note of that. I'm not sure if that's on this one or on the litter one, but again,
that's the litter
population, I think that's extremely high. That would cripple half the people in Clarkston. I'm also curious, it says that all animals, again, there's no differentiation between a dog and a cat, must have their rabies vaccination tag worn on a collar at all times. And that can be a very dangerous thing for a cat. Cats tend to crawl under things, jump over things, and catch collars on things. even with special cat breakaway collars, they can be dangerous. I did almost lose a cat that way one time. It got it caught on the chain link, trying to crawl under a chain link fence. I'm not sure it's wise to tell people you must have a collar on the cat. There are breakaway collars, and maybe that's the thing, but I think you would need to specify breakaway collar, or you would be encouraging people to put a cat in a dangerous situation.
Thank you for that point. Any other comments from the council? Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Hopkins, and everyone else for your feedback and your comments. We will move on to item E3, which is to discuss Council Standing Advisory Committee assignments, and that is to make sure we have our newest council member involved and engaged on our committees. So Councilman Perkins and Councilman Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is pretty straightforward. So I just looked at the work that the different committees were doing, and spoken with Councilman Iyasu and a couple other council members as well. And so I would like to join in the good work that the Environmental and Transportation Committee is doing, and then also join in the work that the Community Development Committee is doing as well. So we can discuss that. If anyone has disagreements or questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. Or if there's any other suggestions, if someone wants to throw some more work on me and add me to a third one, I'm open to that as well. So at least the discussion part, we'll see.
Okay.
So
Thank you. Council, any other comments other than welcome aboard? And we're gonna make sure you stay very active on those committees. None?
I think you
Okay.
said it, Madam Mayor. Can I?
Yes, Vice Mayor Yasu.
I just wanna say I would be more than happy to welcome Councilmember Perkins to co-chair the Environment and Transportation Committee with me.
Outstanding. Any other comments? All right. Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone sign up for this one? Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone?
Yes, we had Mr. Medford.
Okay, Mr.
sorry.
Medford.
Excuse me. No, we didn't have anyone sign up for this one.
Okay,
Sorry.
all right, great. Okay, I think Councilman Perkins, you're off the hook now, so you're good. So thank you for being.
I was worried there for a moment. So
well, thank you. Perfect. And this is an opportunity for us to also encourage residents, if you have not considered, take this opportunity to see the different committees that we have and do your civic activity and duty to participate. So again, if you see, we have the Equity and Inclusion and Opportunity Committee, the Marketing and Civic Innovation Committee, and Mr. Gomez scroll up a little bit, Transportation and Environment Committee, the Community Development Committee, the Housing and Infrastructure Committee, and Public Safety and Legal Committee. And again, if you have any interest in those committees, please make sure to reach out. We have the information on our website, and you can send your application to Tracy Aspie. Thank you all. We will now move on to the next item, which is the ARPA funding. Mr. Gomez.
This is the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. We've discussed this at a previous council work session. And again, this item is to discuss potential uses of the funds once we receive them. We have not, received the funding. We have provided to the state of Georgia the required information. The latest information we received is that funding could arrive this week, but likely would be the next week in the second week in June, the first full week in June after Memorial Day. So, but they are required, the act does require the funding to be transmitted by June the 11th. Either way, we are scheduled to receive just under $4 million, and we would receive 50% this over the next week or so, and then 50% a year from now. We are a non-entitlement city, and the process for the funding to be distributed has been defined by the Treasury Department. Also, the Treasury Department did update their guidance on the potential uses of the funding as of, I believe, as of today, May the 25th. They may have issued it yesterday, but it is now a 16-page. The first one was 8 pages, which I believe is attached to this item, the ARPA fact sheet. Now it is from May the 10th. The one released yesterday with today's date is a 16-page guideline. I quickly skimmed through them. It does provide a little bit more details as to what specifically you can use some of the items, and which we will kind of get to here in a moment. But ultimately, it's similar usage as the CARES Act. There are some expanded uses, such as an infrastructure related to water, sewer, stormwater, broadband usage, some revenue recovery. However, it appears the revenue, you can utilize funding to make up lost revenue if entity-wide or city-wide you lost revenue. We have just about finalized all of our expenditures from fiscal 2020. But it appears that we finished the year in the black with a little bit of a surplus in fiscal 2020. I don't have that in front of me, but will for next week. But we did finish with a surplus, so later this week. So it appears we're unable to recover revenue, but we'll have a much more in-depth review, certainly of the 16-page document. I think Mr. Quinn was looking at the entire 151-page document, which I've read through as well. And it does kind of state that the revenue recovery is specific to essentially having your expenditures exceeded your revenues for the whole year for your entire budget. Especially your general fund revenue budget, but we'll make sure, and there is another webinar or informational session tomorrow at 4 o'clock by the National League of Cities, and also one by GMA. So we will certainly tune in and get better understanding as to what specifically those uses are. And I'll bring up the 16-page document here in a moment. Again, just started looking at it earlier today. But that's what this item is really for the council to have a discussion as to what specifically we would be able to use it. It is very clear that you can use it for obviously efforts to combat the pandemic, any type of personal protective equipment, any support as it's listed, the economic stabilization for households, businesses. So any residents that need rent assistance with their housing, businesses that are in need of, for example, to continue to take measures to safeguard their business, such as putting up some additional protective equipment, or simply ensure that they continue to remain open. I mean, that's allowed. And certainly any other proven economic losses, again, pretty much relating to people not being able to re-enter the workforce if they were obviously negatively impacted. So again, we will have a little bit more, but it's pretty set as to what, under these bullet points here, what you can use the funding for.
You can pull up that 16-page document. And then if you don't mind, that the Excel file that I sent out with the council, because I reached out to make sure that the council looked at this, thought about some opportunities for us in terms of breaking down the funding. And as Mr. Gomez pointed out, we don't have to spend the entire amount within the first 2 years. We have until 2024 to do this. And so if you can bring up and make sure we can talk about what we can and what we can't do. And I think that's very helpful as we're having this discussion.
Yeah, this is more of a question and answer as to some of the specifics, you know, what type, like number 5, what type of activities, and certainly here it gives you vaccination programs, medical care, testing, contact tracing, isolating or quarantining folks, you know, vulnerable populations to access medical or public health services, public health surveillance, enforcement of any public health orders, public communication efforts, et cetera. I mean, I think you can all read ventilation improvements in, well, congregate settings, healthcare or other key locations, capital investments in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs are also eligible. You know, physical plant improvements. It says, you know, if our current uses that were allowed under the coronavirus relief fund eligible, it says generally yes, with those 2 exceptions that, I mean, really don't apply to us, or we didn't use any of the funding for the tax anticipation note, or certainly we didn't update any of our payrolls. And number 7, if they're not explicitly permitted in this is the interim final rule that the Treasury issued. Does that mean that it's prohibited? Not necessarily. It's it provides for some significant information, but it's not all inclusive. The, you know, what types, number 9, what types of services, specifically assistance to households, food assistance, rent, mortgage, utility assistance, counseling, legal aid to prevent eviction or homelessness, cash assistance, emergency assistance for burials, home repairs, weatherization, or other needs, internet access or digital literacy, job training to address negative economic or public health impacts. So that's pretty specific, and we utilize the CARES money for some of those. And then the assistance to small businesses and nonprofits, we can provide loans or grants to mitigate financial hardships such as declines in revenue or impacts of periods of business where they were closed, for example, by supporting payroll, benefits, costs to retain employees, mortgage, rent, et cetera. Loans or in-kind assistance to implement prevention or mitigation, such as physical plant changes to enable distancing, enhanced cleaning efforts, barriers, partitions, vaccination, testing, et cetera. And any technical assistance, counseling, or other services to assist with business planning needs. From reading this document and others, it appears that the funding is geared to existing businesses and not to new businesses, but I have not found specifically where that's stated, but it only references really existing businesses. So, and this just kind of goes on and on for multiple pages as to what you can do. Can you use it for general economic development or workforce development? It does say recipients, and then the answer generally not. That you must demonstrate the funding uses directly address a negative economic impact of the 19 public health emergency, including funds used for economic or workforce development. For example, job training may be used to address negative economic impacts of the public health emergency and be eligible. So you can use it for that. Can it assist travel, tourism, hospitality? Yes, I think we have very few of that. And can it be used to assist impacted industries other than travel, tourism, hospitality? Yes. Number 15 is pretty intriguing in recognition of the disproportionate impacts of the virus on health and economic outcomes in low income and Native American communities. It does identify a broader range of services and programs that are considered to be in response. Specifically, we will presume certain types are eligible uses when provided in a qualified census tract to families living in qualified census tracts, or when these services are provided by tribal governments. And then it defines eligible services, again, addressing health disparities, enhancing neighborhoods, communities, those that may have been experiencing homelessness, again, helping to develop affordable housing, again, really providing for rental housing assistance, addressing educational disparities that were created by COVID-19, including early learning, increasing resources to high poverty school districts, providing tutoring after school programs. I take this bullet point really that to incorporate the learning losses that occurred as a result of the distance or internet learning, so which we know there have been quite a few, and also promoting healthy childhood environments, etc. So then it goes on to, again, talk about revenue loss. This really stipulates that it kind of is on an entity-wide basis rather than a specific revenue. So we're to calculate revenue organization-wide, and as I stated, we did not have a deficit in 2020, and we were hoping not to have a deficit in 2021, but that's what this provides. And so it even provides a formula that you can use if you did have a reduction in revenue. Then again, we'll look at this in a little bit greater detail, but there'll be more information in the seminars tomorrow and Thursday. So it's more to come on this one. And I think others, yeah, can you replace if you had a surplus fund? And no, you cannot. We do not have one. Can you use funds to invest in infrastructure other than water, sewer, and broadband? You can use funds, and so the answer is yes to a certain extent. So you may use funds for maintenance of infrastructure, for building of new infrastructure as part of the general provisions of government services. This is a little bit more complicated that I think GMA is going to provide a little more update on whether we can use it or not. And we cannot use it to pay for any of our outstanding debt. Cannot use it to matching funds for, that doesn't apply to us, for student loans. Essential workers to receive premium pay. And again, it kind of defines essential workers, et cetera. And again, then it goes on to discuss water, sewer, broadband infrastructure, what types of projects. We don't really apply since we don't provide water or sewer, but specifically the interim for related to broadband, the interim rule requires eligible projects to reliably deliver minimum speeds of 100 megabits per second download and upload. In cases where it is impractical due to geography, topography, or financial costs, projects must reliably provide that, then we would be able to use funding to areas where they may not be able to afford to have that speed to upload and to download and upload. And again, the state cannot pose any restrictions on us. They can transfer more money than we've been allocated, although I don't have any indication that that will happen. And then the rest are really more administrative as to the process. So that's a quick overview of what the 16-page, the one released yesterday. So let me go to the spreadsheet that the mayor provided. Actually, Mayor, I cannot access your spreadsheet for some reason.
You're talking, Madam Mayor. We can't hear you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. So look at the Mayor Burke's tab at the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here it is. my apologies.
No,
Found it.
no problem. No problem.
It came up here, but it wasn't on the desktop. Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you. No problem. And thank you for giving us the overview. And as you can see, I created this spreadsheet for us and the council to kind of start having the discussions, to start looking from an allocation for funding, for us to start talking about that, what we can do, and especially now that we have additional clarification. So Mr. Gomez, to one of the points you brought up, where you have, if you see, what I did was I took all the information you had on your spreadsheet and I populated it here. So with that, some of that funding we won't be able to use, correct?
That's what yes, that's
okay.
Correct.
Okay.
But most of what is listed on here, we can. Really, the city business part is really a lot of, for example, the technology in our council chambers that has allowed for the distancing, for the kind of protective barriers. It will allow us when we go, well, maybe not the first meeting, but certainly for the meeting in August, back in the council chambers, where we will be able to, there will be more cameras. We will be able to use Zoom to allow people. So just as we're having this meeting, it will be the same at the chambers, and anybody who wants to watch on Zoom, they'll be able to, and they'll still be able to participate the same way they are now. It'll just be on bigger screens, and it'll be just newer equipment that will allow, because some of the equipment in there is quite old, but things like new microphones, just new speakers, new cameras, and multiple cameras that will allow essentially the public to see just when everyone is speaking a little clearer than we are now. We currently use one camera at the chamber, but anyway, that's part of it, as well as the hazard pay that we've been providing, and then other personal protective equipment that we've purchased, cleaning supplies, all again similar to the funding that we used for under the CARES Act.
Okay. Perfect. And if you click on your tab, it shows all the things you were talking about. There you go. I made sure.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
No problem.
Yeah, about the only one that we would, the questionable is, as I stated, that we would be the revenue recovery, because again, we did finish 2020 with a little bit of a surplus, but we're getting that finalized this week so that we know that exactly.
Okay.
But the other items are pretty straightforward, as I had the technology, the equipment, the personal protective equipment, and then the 10% hazard pay. Oh, and also, I mean, looking into 2022, I mean, those numbers do go down, and specifically payroll, we don't anticipate that we would continue to pay hazard pay going well into 2022, and likely not for this entire year either. As again, all the data keeps trending quite positive, and I believe the White House issued today that approximately half of all adults have been vaccinated. So we can get closer to the 75–80%. That is the number whereby, we're nearly back to some level of the new normalcy. Right.
And if you go back to that tab, the the tab I have. Yeah. So a couple of things just from a talking point and starting point, and I'm very glad that you brought up the things like weatherization. So kind of making sure that we kind of look at this from primary, secondary, and tertiary in terms of addressing immediate needs, which would be that rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and utility assistance, but also making sure in terms of those additional needs in terms of workforce development, looking at our businesses and providing them grants and assistance in terms of that area, the health initiative, as stated before, making sure in terms of screenings and any additional health related issues for that piece, making sure in terms of our early childhood learning, to look at some of the issues related to the deficits that many of our kids have faced as a result of remote schooling, and senior programs to make sure we look at our seniors and our youth, to ensure that we have some translation expenses in there. And I think if you go down just a little bit more, Mr. Gomez, yeah, and have some funding to start to do the broadbanding and assist nonprofits with that, and as well as contingency. So I know that from an immediate need, we definitely need to look at that rental assistance and mortgage assistance and utilities. But one of the things that is very important is we did a little, but not really a lot in terms of our businesses and looking at how we can do grants for our businesses. But also one of the things I think is very important is that we look at that workforce development. And so I know I had a conversation also with Councilman Perkins. We kind of talked about how can we look at that workforce development and see how we can maybe even tie that to doing some of the things like weatherization, like what we've seen with Tektron and some of our other community partners out there. So it's a win-win for everyone. It's a win-win to help people who've been impacted by COVID to learn a new set of skills, but also a win for our city where we can turn around and use those skills within our community. So I think when we're looking at this, we can pause for some of these other activities so that we can partner with the right organizations. And B, Mr. Gomez, can you clarify, can we do matching funds with this? Is that something that is allowable?
That's a very good question. I don't recall reading. I don't know, Stephen, if you're on, have you encountered anything relating to matching funds? And we can certainly find out, but I haven't really.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
It took me a sec to get unmuted. Well,
Go ahead, Stephen.
who's going to be matching? Are we talking
Well,
about?
I want to have a grant. So for example, if we wanted to do something with the workforce development and we wanted to use this funding as seed funding and then potentially get a grant, whether it's a federal grant or a private funding grant, some require matching funding. So is that something where we would be able to do that?
So the city would be expending funds under this federal program, but they would be giving them to a third party who would be carrying out the functions that are recognized by the program. Is that what we're talking about?
It could, yes, it could be. I guess that's the question I'm asking you. Is that possible? And then if it is possible, then what would we have to do it?
So I think, I don't mean to be overly technical, but I think what you're asking, Madam Mayor, is could our funds that we receive from the federal government be paid to a third party, for example, a nonprofit, that would then expend them in conjunction with the services they provide to the people that are recognized as needing support under this act? And the answer is yes. And as far as what we would need, we would just need a contract with that entity that strictly binds them to only using the money for those reasons. and providing receipts and financial record keeping that would allow the city to then, provide that financial trail to show that all the money was spent correctly. We have to assume, even though it will probably or maybe never happen, that we would be audited about these funds, and we would need to be able to account for every cent. So if the money goes to a third party that's not the specifically eligible recipient, they would need to provide us with that documentation for the rest of the way.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I definitely want us to kind of think about how we can not only invest in our city, but how we can invest in our great assets, which are our people who really had many negative impacts. And so this is an excellent opportunity for us to see how we can utilize this funding to help empower our community. One of the things that as far as I was participating with the Mayor's Institute, and I'm looking at how we can do things in terms of successful community building. And that's very critical. And so with this funding, we can kind of stabilize our residents, but also see how we can also improve and empower our residents, who, especially the ones who've been unemployed. So council wanted to kind of get your feedback. It looks like, based on the information that Mr. Gomez has, that we'll have an additional $200,000. When I've had conversations with several of the apartment complexes, they still do have a significant number of people who are behind on their rent, as well as some of their utilities. But we need to make sure we balance out in terms of the distribution of the funding. So council, any comments? Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I definitely agree with almost everything that you've been saying. I think the categories, if we look back at the expenses that were done in 2020, they are pretty similar. We just have more money to work with now, and I definitely agree that the biggest priority is going to be shelter, food, and then absolutely workforce development. And from the city point of view, absolutely, I think we're going to have to make sure our police force are well equipped to handle it post-pandemic, and also the overall safety in terms of our health. So we definitely can bring back a lot of the programs that we have started in 2020 that we did, and I think most of the categories are similar. We certainly could add broadband, and that definitely could be robust to the point that it could be a great infrastructure in the future that we can use for accessing affordable Wi-Fi for our residents. So, but overall, I definitely agree. We just have more money to work with, but it seems like most of the projects that we did in 2020 can be done again, and we want to make sure our communities stay in their homes and fed and taken care in terms of medical needs. But at the same time, we also want to make sure that everybody have access to basic internet, and that way people can continue learning if necessary now through the new technology, virtually or in any other way. But I think I don't want to go through too many of this stuff, but I think in the next months the council can definitely come up with ideas, and we can make this we can perfect it. I have a feeling.
Thank you. And Councilman Carroll?
So one suggestion I was going to say is I agree with you that we need to obviously balance the short-term needs versus the long-term benefit. So it seems like the economy is, if not fully reopened, almost fully reopened. So my suggestion would be is for the rental, mortgage, and utilities assistance to maybe have just a 1 month period after we get the funds in which people can apply for the rental, mortgage, utilities. So that way people that have fallen behind during the pandemic have a chance to catch up. And then after that 1 month period, maybe we can close it and then just use the funds for the other long-term things that some people have suggested, such as broadband. You know, I think that there are, you know, some other specific uses that we can go through. Like, for example, one idea that was suggested to me by residents, and we have so many new residents that are coming in, the new developments and also the apartments, that we could have a welcome basket where the city gives certain coupons or gift cards that are funded by this to the various local businesses. So that can just make the new residents aware of what are the new local businesses that they could use their money on. And that may be one benefit. There's also been some suggestion, I know Roberta's on the line, that suggested helping people start up various childcare options. I know there's a lot of need for childcare in Clarkston, especially as people go back to work and need childcare. So that's another option. A third option that I've heard discussed is possibly using some of it to seed the DDA, since we will be starting up the DDA after the Clarkston Development Authority is dissolved, that it may be a way that could also help local businesses and help economic development in the area. I didn't know if that would be allowed. I saw Steven's hand is up, so I'll stop.
Yeah. And I guess Mr. Quinn or Mr. Gomez, can you address those questions?
Well, I can in part. I didn't mean to raise my hand if I did, but you know, the child care thing is in the eligible category. I've looked at some specific questions for that, and I haven't come up with specific answers, in part because I knew that there would be better guidance that came out over time. And I just heard from Mr. Gomez tonight that they have released a new one that I haven't seen yet. But the theme in this act is the expense responding to a need or problem that was created by COVID? So generally speaking, if someone has a child care need because of COVID, either because they lost their job or the child can't go to the school in person, or for any reason that you can trace back to COVID, then that's a allowable expense. On the other hand, if it's a program that isn't related to COVID or the impacts of COVID, then it technically would not be, even if it falls under one of the eligible categories like childcare, because they all have to relate back to COVID or they're not eligible. It's kind of like what Mr. Gomez was saying about, you know, applying the funds directly into the city budget or general fund. You had to run a deficit, or otherwise it doesn't count. I guess that's the best I can answer at this time. I'm in the process of answering those or looking at the specific questions against the guidance, and I think that it's generally allowed, but the lodestar is this a response to a COVID impact?
And to add, this is Robin again, as I stated earlier, I have not found language specific to, as Mr. Quinn stated, to addressing the impacts on the, you know, from the virus to any new businesses or any new business activities. But that doesn't mean that it's not part of it. We'll keep, as Stephen said, kind of keep reviewing this, and through the webinars, I'm sure we'll get clarification. But that and the CARES funds were that way as well. You really couldn't use it for something into the future that was not impacted. But again, as has been stated this evening, we do have more time. We have, that's the best part of this, is that we don't have 3 months or 4 months to spend all, or 6 months to spend it. We do have some time, and we can definitely address those short-term needs identified, and then certainly spend a little bit to ensure other needs, middle term needs, and then the long term needs.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Council, did you have any other questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any
Madam
other.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Perkins.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had one clarification question, Robin, just with the comment you made there. My understanding is it could address future needs. You know, for example, if we wanted to shore up businesses against, you know, future impacts, you know, related to a pandemic, or, you know, for example, the broadband infrastructure, there can be sort of some future thinking involved. You know, it's still tied to areas impacted, but it might be more, you know, preventative, you know, preventing the next crisis. Is that, am I correct? Am I understanding with that? Or I just want to.
Yes, no, yes, that
okay.
can be. My comment was directed to any the creation of a new business, something that didn't exist. It was not impacted because, again, it just was not in business. So, but you can create certainly a program and activity to address the negative impacts. And a good example is the job training, the workforce, teaching folks new skills. Those that lost their job, if they're able to go somewhere, learn a skill to be reemployed, then that's, again, in the future. But again, we're not going to do that directly. The city, I'm not going to do that. We will look to partner with an entity, an existing organization that can do that.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So a follow-up question to that, then, if we were to look at, you know, say, providing grants and this could kind of tie in with workforce development as well. And this is, you know, very much a 60,000-foot view of this. There's a lot of details that would need to be worked out on it. But, you know, for example, expanding outdoor seating in restaurants. You know, that's, you know, one of the things that impacted, you know, local restaurants is the, you know, inability to have, you know, in-person meals, things like that, you know, early on. You know, kind of tying it in, you know, maybe with the facade update or something like that. Would that be within the scope of this funding? You know, if we tied that to economic development with a jobs training program, and possibly I'm sort of thinking through some of the Tecton. I think it's there's a company called South Base that, you know, sort of did some job training and energy efficiency upgrades in the city recently. So a program sort of that nature. Would that be within range, or is that starting to get into a gray area?
No, that sounds to be within the range, within the stated likely uses of the funds.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to speculate, but you know, feel free to deny everything in the future. But in terms of the broadband infrastructure, I've heard a number of different ideas, you know, one of which would be to create, you know, sort of, you know, broadband access for businesses in downtown, you know, sort of create a, you know, downtown Wi-Fi, you know, others, you know, I think there's been some experimentation with putting Wi-Fi hotspots in different apartment complexes. Feasibility wise, for, you know, I'm assuming we would have to work through a contractor if we were to create sort of a municipal broadband network and you know, scale it into different areas where internet access was, you know, is a major issue for people. Just off the top of your head, does that seem like a plausible, you know, direction to head in with some of this funding? You know, when we've talked about, you know, sort of internet access as one of the uses for these funds, or do you foresee that creating insurmountable challenges?
No, that's certainly possible, and we did that with some of the CARES funding to provide just more internet access in at least two of the apartment complexes. So I think you can, and looking at, and I know the mayor and I have had a discussion about like the accessibility in terms of speed and being able to the download and upload speeds that may not necessarily be there. I mean, obviously we're not rural, so we do have infrastructure I think the question is the availability and the affordability. And so the act does address those somewhat specifically, that you can utilize them for that. It's just we would have to, make a determination of the how and the where, like we did with the CARES Act funds.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Gomez.
And Councilman Perkins, just to make sure in terms of clarification, we can do expanding outdoor seating, but when you say the facade, are you referring to the outdoor look of it, or just to make sure in terms of the expansion to do additional seating?
Yeah, I could see them sort of being connected. I'm just getting real practical, thinking of our downtown area. There's not a whole lot of room to expand outdoor seating. And so I believe I was talking with Ms. Kawi about this a while back, and, she threw out the idea of putting outdoor seating on rooftops. If there's a way, again, this is really getting into the weeds, but, and so assuming, if you're building out that structure, just from a marketing perspective as well, helping businesses recover, creating some facade updates, some signage updates to attract customers to try and, sort of bring in new revenue to make up that gap that was created in 2019 and 2020. I could see sort of those things all happening together. And again, strictly hypothetically, if we were to find a way to tie that into a job training program as well, all of that stuff has to be built. It requires skilled labor. It requires, electrical, HVAC upgrade, all those different things. I think it would be interesting to explore. Again, hey, could we tackle three things with one program, as we spoke about earlier today. So I don't know if that answers your question. So
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we talked about that, especially the concept of basically building from within. So we're looking at how can we help our businesses, how can we help our residents, and how can we help the city all in one, and leveraging all this funding. So yes, I think yes, and yes. So again, I think as we're going through this and we're looking at it, we can address the immediate need for the rental assistance, but we can take the time to really focus and think through how we do some of these other elements to it. And so I think from how we may want to proceed and how we may want to vote is that we may want to get the additional information after Mr. Gomez has the opportunity and all of us have the opportunity to listen, but also then say, okay, let's address those immediate needs that we're seeing that we need to take care of for our residents, and then step it back and say what makes sense in terms of an actual system that we can create within Clarkston to do all the things that we're talking about today. So I hope that's something that's plausible for all the council to kind of think about. But I also like to hear from the community what their thoughts were. Mr. Gomez?
We have Mr. Medford.
Yes, Mr. Medford.
So just wanted to chime in that I think definitely we should be researching the municipal broadband aspect of this, which has been discussed a lot. I just want to throw my hat in the ring on that one. Developing it may be interesting, but there may be some possible existing solutions. For example, Xfinity actually offers a bulk service option, believe it or not, like if you own an apartment building or something like that. There might be a way to get a small lower tier Wi-Fi set up through that, because getting Georgia Power to rent us space in their pole to rob Comcast of their monopoly isn't going to happen. But we're going to get creative on it. But definitely bridging that gap of connectivity versus the unconnected is extremely important right now for everybody, not just students, but for anyone who needs some sort of connection. So even if we just only have it possibly within the downtown areas, just something. But a broader, I look at Dalton, Georgia, up in North Georgia, they have their own municipal Wi-Fi. They're 3 times our size, but they have their own, municipal broadband. that's available to everybody. So you don't have to be a huge player. You don't have to be Chattanooga to supply your own municipal broadband service. So I think with the technology that is available now, that we could use these funds to actually, stake a place in the ground and be very forward-looking and very aggressive with this idea and really show what Clarkston can come up with. So that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else signed up?
Mr. Hadlock.
Mr. Hadlock.
Yes, thank you. I like all of these ideas that we're talking about. I think there's some great things that can come out of this. I'm a little bit concerned about, I'm just confused about Mr. Carroll's assertion that the economy is fully open. I don't know where he's getting his statistics from, maybe from Governor Kemp, who thinks it's fully open and he's not going to allow any more PUA or UI benefit, federal benefit money to be paid out in Georgia after June. If you put that with helping people for 1 month of rent or mortgage, who are still out of work, they no longer get UI benefits or PUA benefits that are pandemic related, and they'll no longer get any housing assistance, and they're still out of work. I don't know, maybe Mr. Carroll could, maybe he's got some studies that he's been looking at that I don't know anything about. But I think we ought to really be concerned about our citizens and not just jump to the conclusion that everything's great again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hadlock. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else?
No one else.
Okay. So some additional action items from this is we'll look forward to you providing any additional information between now and our next meeting. I want the council to kind of really think about it and look in terms of what we need to allocate in terms of the initial funding for us to expend in those areas that we need to address first, and then we can follow up again in terms of looking at some of the other areas and waiting to actually implement those, not to be in a rush, especially knowing that we have time, not like last year. So I want to make sure also to thank Mr. Gomez and the staff for all they did last year with the funding that we had, and to make sure in terms of making sure that we had everything aligned and everything was fine, and just distributing the funding to our community. So thank you again for all the work that you did, as well as the staff for doing a great job. So we had $1.4 million. And so we appreciate making sure that you distribute it to our residents. So thank you for that. And thank you for the work that you're about to have to do with this 3.9 million. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
So if nothing else, we will proceed to the next agenda item, which is E5, the installation of solar panels at Milam Park. And that's Vice Mayor Yasu and Councilman Perkins. He's already working on that environmental committee. I see that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the next three agenda items, E5, 6, 7, are really pretty similar. This is all about certain things that were discussed previously, and I just want to make sure we'll bring them back and implement them. I will start with E5, which is installation of solar panels at Milam Park. And this, we just want to see, we want to go ahead and bid this item and bring it back to the council meeting next month. And we're just gonna give it to the lowest bidder or the best bidder, I guess. But that's just the idea, is to have solar panels to power the park. And if possible in the future, we'll see we'll use them as a pilot project, and we'll see if we can expand those. But it's just straightforward, and we plan on using the funding from the Environment and Transportation Committee. I mean initiatives, not committee, but the environmental initiatives. So I don't really have a lot of things to say about this. This was already discussed, and we just want to go ahead and instruct the city manager to bid this agenda item and the staff to bid it and go ahead and get this done. But if there are any questions, I'm willing to answer. Mark, you want to add anything?
I think you covered it. I might have some things to add, just depending on any questions that are raised in discussion or anything like that. So I'll throw it out to the rest of the council. But
thank you, Councilmember Perkins.
So with this, let me go back down. Mr. Gomez, I think you have this is the project, but what was the cost, the estimated cost for this? Or was that included?
Well, that's what we have, a little bit of just some very preliminary items to share. And I had Mr. Kaiser kind of come up with what realistically a little bit of the process as to how we would go about this. But, you know, starting with, obviously we're looking to install solar panels to offset some of the city's costs, but offer an opportunity to kind of, better approach our sustainability goals in lowering carbon emissions. So, and eventually reduce electricity. So we have some, based on some of the assumptions here, looking at the square footage and what the infrastructure available at Milam Park, which is mainly the roof of the aquatic building, possibly utilizing Pavilion, Pavilion 2, not Pavilion 1, Pavilion 2, which is closer, the one at the edge of the softball field. But Mr. Kaiser puts just some assumptions here, some background information, utilizing our existing or historical utility bills to offset the cost of again, the power energy costs associated with running our pool, the filters at the pool, which obviously those go up in the summer when the pool is open. However, our pool has been closed for more than a year since we did not open it in 2020. But looking at, again, what's on the screen kind of gives you a little bit of the background. But once we get into the actual costs, and I'll let Mr. Kaiser add, it can be a little, obviously, pricey too for the installation, but you do begin to recover your costs. There are a couple of alternatives if we enter into the term of a power purchase agreement versus a direct purchase. But I know, Mr. Kaiser, you're on.
Yes, sir. I am here. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. So what you have there is a document that lays out, as Robin indicated, the various assumptions, as well as, and I don't need to go through every one of those, but there are things that you need to consider. Number one is each one of those panels that you might or you would install on the roof systems, you have to be sure that the roof systems can accommodate that additional load. That's what's called live load. So if you have those panels, and each panel is about 5 by 3, you've got an additional live load of about 3.3 pounds per square foot per panel. That roof that you have at Milam Park, we're looking at, I'm trying to find my old plans from 2011 done by the architect to see what it was designed for. Then you have the roof system at Pavilion 2. I apologize, I thought that was number 1, but that's number 2 that's in the sun. Have to also look at that roof design and determine whether you can actually put panels on that roof without shoring up and structurally increasing the capacity of that roof structure. So, you know, you've got other considerations. You've got the roof area size as well as where those panels will be placed. Obviously, the south is the best. The east and west are second best. If you get the south, then you get the most solar radiation. If you don't, you have a 20% reduction. So, you know, you can go through each one of those, Madam Mayor and members of council, and look at what was prepared and the assumptions that I made down through there. As Robin mentioned, I did go through the power bills and looked at what the average was, the highs and the lows over the period of 2 years or so. Then I looked at what the solar offset would be at 25%, 50%, or 100%. And then you go down to the next page, Robin, and you look at, and these are all calculations as well that you go through to determine the proper number of panels. And each panel can range anywhere from 125 watts to 300 watts. And so you go through that calculation and you look at the number of peak sun hours that Georgia has in the Atlanta area, which averages about 6. So there's a calculation that's made. And so then you do that calculation. And if you want a 100% offset of all the power that is generated, that is used, I should say, at Mile and Pool, the tennis courts, as well as the lighting for the bathrooms and the parks and all that, if you add all that up, that's about 7,000 kilowatts per month. So you go through that calculation and you need about 150 panels, 150 panels. And so you go through that analysis and you come up with a system cost for 100% offset of about $250,000. Then you go down and look at the offset for 50% reduction as well as 25% offset. And you see what that cost is. Then you have to consider, before we put it out to bid, you have to consider whether you want a power purchase agreement, which is basically a lease with a power company, with a solar company like SunPower, and there's a whole slew of them, Georgia, that might bid on this. That you look at a lease program and you look at what that lease program considers, or you do a direct purchase where you can actually see your return on investment a little bit sooner. But by having a direct purchase, the city's going to be responsible for all maintenance of those panels after the warranty expires. So if you have a hailstorm, you have whatever wind event, any kind of weather event that destroys those panels, the city's responsible for it. So you have two methods of procurement that you might want to consider. And so there's a number of considerations that you have to talk about, discuss. And my recommendation is that we have a little guidance before we actually put this out to bid, understand how you want to approach this.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, can I add something? Yes, and thank you so much for making this clear. And I think the idea is to work in a way that is, of course, financially conservative and reasonable manner, and which could be for this case, lease might be reasonable since we can go ahead and get it done, and we're still going to get the benefit, and it will pay for itself eventually. I mean, that's what we always do. I mean, when we have, I mean, the city hall was done with borrowed money. So, I mean, it's the same to me. I think all we're going to do is we're going to install those and pay for it as we go, just like they would take over the power. They will be our power provider basically for that specific place. And if it makes sense, it would be probably eventually we can go ahead and expand it to all city government facilities can run on solar panels. So, but for now, the idea is to go small, and if that works and if that is successful, we can go ahead and expand it.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Hassan.
Yeah, the idea is not bad. It's bad. We need to, we need to do cost benefit analysis. We don't have to rush this project. So let's do that and then figure it out if it's worth it to spend the money on that amount, or how, because when I was listening the engineer, it was, it just threw me off because of the maintenance, because of the lease. If it's a lease or a purchase, we need a full cost analysis before we even, make any decision.
And thank you for that comment. That's a very important part. And we love you for having those, the budgetary information that we need to think about. So thank you for that. Councilman Carroll.
I would agree with Vice Mayor Yasu and Councilman Hassan. I think we need to do a cost analysis. I wonder if it could even be beneficial to do RFPs for both purchase and lease options to see which one comes out to be more financially beneficial. But the other thing I was going to mention is that we are seeing more and more solar panels in Clarkston. I know several Clarkston residents added them to their homes, the tiny homes. Several of them have solar panels. I think we're going to hear next month from the developer in East Avenue that wants to make a change to allow solar panels on the East Avenue development. So I think it's becoming more and more a feasible way to generate power and generate savings. So I think and I'm glad that Vice Mayor Yasu suggested it. I think it's something that could generate long-term savings for the city and also be environmentally friendly.
Thank you, Councilman Carroll. Any other? Yes, Vice Mayor Yasu.
I just want to get a clarity on Councilmember Hassan or any other council member. I think I do agree that we have to make sure there is cost benefit analysis of obviously, but I just want to know, is it that we are against the idea, or we just trying to make sure we're saving, we want to make sure we don't go over, I don't know, over budget or something. I'm just curious because this is, I honestly did not really think it's going to be about 250,000. I'm not sure if my expectation was something basic that would power up and if necessary, we can start with something very small that would do only the building, or I'm not sure exactly what, but that is within the budget. But I think I feel like there is an agreement with every council member that putting a solar panels at the Milan Park would be a good example that we could show, because I remember the former mayor did pass a resolution saying we're going to be by 2050 all renewable energy source, but the resolution did not have any teeth to it. So we are just making sure now we are going towards that, and maybe sooner than 2050. But I just want to know why are we trying to push this back?
I don't think it's so much pushing back, and I'll let Councilman Hassan address your question.
Yes, I would like to address that again. It's not that I'm against it, but you probably thought it's much cheaper than that. It's not. And the reason I'm asking for the cost benefit analysis is what's the payoff period? What's the long run, benefit? How do we, what's exactly how much we pay utilities right now that it will save for us? There's other factors that we have to go through. Any project, you have to go through factors then that convince you whether it's benefit or not benefit for you at this time. So all I'm asking is let us do the analysis and then figure it out so everybody's convinced that whether it's a good project right now or we do it later. I mean, we're not, we may have a little, money that we have to do something with it, but we have to make sure that this is worth it, what we're doing it. In the long run, when we become a big city, maybe we'll get more money. We can go big projects, but let's make sure that, where we bring the money first.
Thank you for that update, Councilman Hassan. So again, it's not a question of do we not do it? It's what are we doing and what is that impact to the city long term? So if you're saying we have a 20 to 25 year agreement, what does that look like in terms of the rent, in terms of the utilities, just as Councilman Hassan said, so that not only we can see it as a council, but the community can also see what that looks like. Are there any other comments from the council? Okay. Hearing none, Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone signed up for this?
Yes, I think Mr. Medford again.
Mr. Medford.
Yeah, so this is a fantastic idea. Thank you, Larry, for bringing up the roof load analysis. My in-laws are looking at something similar in their house in South Georgia, and these are the little details you don't find out about until a professional comes out and looks at your house. So these things are very important to look at. I'm thinking along the lines of the progress in cell technology in the collectors themselves is growing rapidly, and so if we were to sign up with one of these lease purchase agreements, I'd want to find out whether or not they'd be upgrading our equipment for a better, more effective collection over time, or whether we'd be stuck with whatever we installed, 20 years from now. I'd also like to say, in light of some of the power outages we had in the last year or two, going with an off-grid system, at least partially, would make sense because it would allow the city itself to function if, say, the police department needed to charge up equipment or something like that without having to fire up a generator. You could also use those batteries to smooth out the load. So you could charge the batteries at night from whatever source and then discharge them during the day. I am kind of concerned about trying to power the entire structure of the pool house off of solar. Those large AC motors draw a heck of a lot of power, especially upon startup, whereas DC lighting like LED would be much more suited, it seems, to the current LED technology. So that might be where we don't move the entire pool house over to solar, but certain systems, potentially the security system, the lighting, interior, things like that could be solarized until we get a more efficient power collection ability from the solar panels themselves. Then you can drive those big 220-volt motors off it. So, and of course, coming up with the next item, if we could somehow tie it into the solar panel to the charging stations that they may build at Milam, that would just make it a whole nice package. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else signed up?
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is not a new idea. We've discussed solar panels at the pool house ever since we built the pool house and saw this broad expanse of roof that hopefully we'll be able to accommodate with the structure. But also over the years, I've mentioned the possibility of using lighting throughout the park run by the solar that could be controlled at night in the event there was some disturbance or complaint of people in the park, that the police department would have a remote control that they could turn on the lights as they approach the park or as they drive through the park to see what's actually going on. So yeah, I haven't heard anybody being negative about this project. It's just that we're to the point now where we're discussing the actual implementation of it. And implementation always has numerous questions, numerous variables, and it may be expensive at the beginning of this, but I think we try to build it as big and as best as we can with an eye to the future and technology for different panels and whatnot. It is a moving target at this point. So yeah, I'm all in favor of it. I hope we can get the entire park, maybe even get 40 Oaks tied in through this system as well, with lighting throughout the park to add to the security of the area. So yeah, thank you very much for my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else?
No.
Okay. Thank you, council. And definitely we need to kind of get some more information so that we can come to a vote for this. But it's a great idea for us to do. So I'm looking forward to us being able to do this eventually. We'll move on to item E6, which is the installation of electric charging stations. Vice Mayor Yasu and Councilman Perkins. Vice Mayor Yasu?
I'm sorry about that. I was muted. I think I just mentioned that earlier. This is pretty similar to the previous agenda item. I haven't said thought of what exactly we'll put it on, but the idea is to have a electric charging place. We don't have any in Clarkston right now. And the gas shortage about a week or so ago have shown that there is definitely a need to make sure that there is some alternative, and electric charging stations are definitely a great idea and it will be a great plus. So this is also another agenda item that came from the environmental committee, and we have worked on this, and the idea is again to go ahead, and if there is unless this is another complicated stuff, just go ahead and to direct our city staff to bid this item. Anything you want to add, Mr. Perkins? Councilmember Perkins, sorry.
No, I think, I could see there being a request for a cost benefit analysis, on this item as well. I think one benefit to this particular item, if we were to put it in a strategic location, is, it could also drive some tourism to our city as well. I think of, for example, Friendship Forest, our nature preserve, is one of the proposed options. Usually if you're charging an EV, it's not something that you jump in and it takes you 5 minutes at the pump. There's enough time to grab a cup of coffee or, go for a walk or experience things. And so, as we're doing our cost benefit analysis with this and also with the solar panels, sometimes our cost benefit analyses can be single bottom line. We're just looking at the economic impact of something on our budget. And, as many of you know, when we get into, questions of the environment or other social improvements, this isn't just a single bottom line question. It's are we as a city continuing to move the ball forward, even if it's a very small way, even if we're talking about one charging station, even if we're talking about, creating a self-sufficient, pool. We're moving the ball forward towards a more sustainable future for our city. So that's one thing as we consider this agenda item, as well as the solar panels and some of these other, things that have come out of the Environmental and Transportation Committee and previous work and conversations. Just to remember, this isn't just a single bottom line conversation. There's multiple factors to this. So that's the only thing I would add.
Okay. Thank you both for your comments. And I'm not sure. I think is Miss Cowie on the line? I didn't know if she was on the line. I know that she talked about doing some charging stations. I didn't know if she had some additional information about that.
Can you hear me, Madam?
Yes, I can. Yes, Miss Cowie.
Yes, I did recently do a little bit of research with Georgia Power. They were looking to expand their network of their utility-owned electric vehicle chargers. So they were looking at a few locations in the city of Clarkston, and actually the Clarkston City Hall Annex was one of those locations. And they were very excited about it. Their first thought was Thrift Town at the Clarkston Village Shopping Center. But since they were transitioning owners, those two spaces weren't available at the time. But Georgia Power will cover all costs, the design, the permitting, the equipment. They will install it. They have the energy, the maintenance. It would be a 10-year lease, agreement, and they will actually have 2 spaces with 2 equipment. It will be basic with chargers that will have an average session time of like 20 to 45 minutes for like 100 miles, you know, for distance. Of course, there's no lease payment, and there will be no session revenue, but they would, again, cover everything that will need to be done to set it up. Economically, as Councilman Perkins did say, it will benefit drivers to come into the city of Clarkston to dine while they're charging, and have any ride share, and again, our environmental sustainability efforts that we have for the city of Clarkston. So it's just a matter if we want to go this route of, you know, discussing these electric chargers with Georgia Power. They do have a program for this. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I knew you did some work about that, so I wanted to make sure we knew what our other options were, and so we could maybe start, you know, incrementally with this. And so I saw Councilman Carroll and then Vice Mayor Yasu.
Yes, that was going to be my question. Is there something we could do to encourage Georgia?
Fading out.
I think you're breaking up. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You were breaking up earlier.
Okay, sorry. So I was wondering if there's something, you know, I understand that maybe I have ownership transition right now, but if we could encourage them to maybe put one at the city hall, one at Thrift Town, and one at the Brockett shopping center. And then that way that people at all the different main corners of the city would have access to a charging station. And like Councilmember Perkins said, it could encourage people to come and possibly leave their car charged there and shop and encourage more economic activity. So that may be an option if we could encourage Georgia Power to wait out this ownership transition and do one in City Hall while we were waiting.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So thank you also for including Ms. Cowie on this. So the way I see it, if it's not going to cost the city anything, if there is if there is nobody who is against this idea, I would really feel comfortable if hopefully if the council can direct the city manager to go ahead and talk and negotiate with, do we need a resolution for that, or we just can verbally tell the city manager to go ahead and get into negotiation with Georgia Power, and let's get this done.
Mr. Gomez, is it something where you can start that and bring it back to the council for us to review?
Yes, no, absolutely. That's a council direction. I just have a couple of comments related to Ms. Cowie's comments. If we do utilize city property as such as City Hall Annex or even City Hall or well, realistically, those are probably the only two, or even the Women's Club, because it's accessible right off of Church Street and just across the street from the city center. So so that I'm clear, the council would be supportive of an agreement that it would be of no cost to the city and no revenue to the city. That sounds about what the request is.
Is that am I getting concurrence from the council that it's net neutral?
Yeah, that was my understanding. Just wanted to confirm that.
Okay.
And then
yes, I totally agree. I mean, we're not trying to get revenue out of this. We just want to see to lead by example. To us, it would be a great, just like Councilmember Perkins said, to attract some people, because I don't think there is any charging station close by. I haven't seen any. So hopefully people would get off exit 40 and come to Clarkston and charge their stations and maybe buy some food around here, and that'll be another incentive.
Yeah, there aren't, for such a large metro area, I'm somewhat surprised that there aren't as many throughout Atlanta. I did see some 2 days ago at Oakhurst Park, which is in the city of Decatur, and there are several throughout the city of Decatur. But interestingly enough, the ones at Oakhurst Park were on a city street. So there are 2 spaces that were, again, only available to the charging, and that's fine. And in a prior city that I worked in, we actually had them in one of our parking garages in our downtown. So again, they were free to use. The charging, the city did receive parking revenue because you had to pay to go into the garage. It was just a couple of dollars, but my other, just to confirm, we could also, as I stated in the item, that we could also help facilitate for private property owners, which is along with what Councilman Carroll said. If we placed one at the Fresh Food Town Plaza, Tahoe Village, or potentially somewhere along Market Street on one of the private properties, and again, they may not be as receptive. Because when I was in Clearwater, Florida, there were a few property owners who would only do it if they received some revenue. But that doesn't mean that that's what we're going to find here. But certainly we would also be wanting to consider some at other parts of the city.
And I would say if they offer us money, don't say no. I mean,
right.
Oh, sure. Right.
I can accept a zero sum, but if they show up with a bag of cash, let's not,
Certainly.
Councilman Perkins. Yes, Councilman Hassan.
One more thing that is coming to mind is I really totally agree with Mark. If you bring a location, you have to put a location that benefits economically. Number two, people concern the safety. So the location have to be a safe place where they feel comfortable to charge their cars and, quietly, sure that they won't have any problem.
Very good points. So that sounds like we have some opportunities for Mr. Gomez and Ms. Kelly to go back and look to see how we can do this partnership. So at this time, Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone signed up for this one?
Yes, Mr. Medford.
Yes, Mr. Medford.
Yeah, so listening now to the agreement you would have in place with Georgia Power makes me sound like my question is almost useless, because I was going to say we need to make sure we are putting in fast charging stations. Even though you want people to stay for a cup of coffee, if they're the old antiquated slow chargers, people will just get frustrated and leave. So, and as to Dean's point about parking in the chat, he is correct. If we do place these in downtown in some places, you'll be taking a parking space, but also more than likely somebody with an internal combustion engine will park there anyway. So unless you have a way to police the use of the electrical charging stations, you're gonna have people, hey, there's an open spot, and take it. So that would be, so you don't want to isolate the electric cars and punish them, but you also don't want them taken up by somebody who just needs to park for a minute to get a coffee or something like that. So the locations that are listed, the ideas I think are great. The only one I would think to add would actually be the upper Milam parking lot, potentially for a charging location. That one may, if it's going to be Georgia Power, it makes sense for that one to be, of course, a pay for charge location, because you may have people visiting the neighborhood or whatnot through there, but also people visiting the park from that upper parking lot. I know there's often times where you cannot get in the main Milam parking lot, but there is plenty of parking in the upside, and nobody ever thinks about going up there. Of course, I ride my bike there, so I don't have a dog in this fight, but I just wanted to not forget that upper parking lot and its usefulness. So, but no, this is definitely, this is what I do. I'm an automotive journalist, and this is where things are going to, are electric cars. And if we're going to have to show that we're accepting that and being progressive with it, we need to address this. And definitely Georgia Power is going to be a partner. Right on. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else?
Mr. Hadlock.
Mr. Hadlock.
Yeah, I like these ideas. I kind of, as far as Friendship Forest goes, it's a small parking lot, relatively small parking lot, so maybe one or two chargers. But there's also that extra lane in front of Friendship Forest before you turn in that's never used for anything. And I'm thinking that that might be a good place for a couple of charging stations. And also, these charging stations are, they've got good bit of funding in the Biden recovery package, so I'm not sure how far we want to go with them before that comes to fruition, and we can see what kind of funding we can get for them from that. It's simply going to have to go through Georgia Power, which I'd rather it didn't. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else signed up, Mr. Gomez?
No, Madam Mayor. And if I just may add quickly, the I'm sorry. The other thought is that that I observed Sunday at Oakhurst Park was using a city street, and while we haven't formally lined parking spaces on Vaughn Street is another option that we would obviously properly line and mark. Another possibility that I think just we haven't utilized as parking officially or formally, but that's another location that's right there in the city center, as well as we do own a little lot that we were using for construction right behind the Clarkston Village, I just call it the plaza there on Market with the parking lot. We own that little lot that's between the plaza and the Dollar General. It's currently a dirt lot, but we really don't have much of a plan for it once the streetscape project is completed.
Anybody else have any other comments?
Madam Mayor, I just want to say thank you so much for everybody. But I think we have a clear understanding, and I feel the city manager will go ahead and look at safety, put into consideration of safety and availability of parking. I think we'll definitely come up with some great locations, and I think I'm really looking forward to see this done. Should we add timetable when this could be completed? When could we expect something to be done, Mr. Gomez?
I think we have
to. When can we?
I mean, we'll chat later, well, probably early next week with Georgia Power, and then we'll find out what their timeline is and how quickly we can get an agreement. I'm sure they will provide some input on as to the location, the viability, the ability to have power. But we'll start on this over the next week. I really don't know. I think it's on their timeline. And what I've kind of gathered from Georgia Power is they don't move very quickly. But this is something I have not had a discussion with them. I think Ms. Cowie has, but I don't really know their timeline. But we'll start in the next week to reach out to them and explain that, yes, we'd like to move forward. We'd like to meet on site. Here's a couple of options, and then also incorporate, Ms. Cowie and I will reach out to some of our local businesses, certainly at the sites that we mentioned at Tahoe Village, or, possibly, maybe Refuge Coffee, maybe the plaza across from Refuge Coffee would be in that private parking lot, although they're kind of limited for parking also. But anyway, we can start that over the next week, and the key is to reach out to Georgia Power and we'll start that. But I couldn't tell you what their schedule is and how quickly we'd be able to get an agreement. I don't know, Shawana, you have anything you can add?
Yeah. If we are excited about going ahead and moving forward with the project, Georgia Power is there. It's actually a pilot program that they're reaching out to municipalities to actually put these charging stations in these municipalities. So they've already given us like 4 locations, and the Clarkston Village Shopping Center, Refuge Coffee, was one of those locations, and Clarkston City Hall Annex was actually on their list along with Clarkston Police Station. And that goes to Councilman Hassan's request that we want to make sure that these stations are located in areas that are safe. So these 4 locations were either in our downtown area or near someone that they could feel safe while they're charging, while enjoying the city of Clarkston as well. So it's all a matter about me reconnecting with Georgia Power and that representative and getting that information over to the city manager for him to review.
Yeah, and so it sounds like we're ready to proceed, and we could do that over the next week, as I stated. And my one final about the safety, particularly at night. What's helpful about the police station and City Hall Annex, again, City Hall Annex not necessarily as close as I think some people would like, but is that it is a very well lit area now at night with the addition of the lighting that has been added.
Great. And just out of curiosity, with their programs, do they have any other solar programs too that we might be able to take advantage of? Like, for example, with the solar charging stations, not only for like our phones and other things like that as well. Do they have any other programs that we need to be mindful of?
They do have other programs, but they reached out to us about the charging stations. That was just the initial. But of course, again, I'll reach out to the contact again and see what other programs that we can benefit from, with their assistance, of course, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you again. Council, if there's nothing else, we've given marching orders and we can proceed on with the next agenda item, which is E7, City Well Water at 40 Oaks Natural Preserve. Vice Mayor Yasu and Councilman Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is also another product of the Environment Committee studies, and we have discussed this a few times before, and I would like to see if we could possibly go ahead and do this as well. The idea is to have a well that will help with for irrigation purposes at 40 Oaks. Previously, I thought of maybe using it for potable water, but I think it's just not feasible at this point, so there's no point on trying to do that. So I think irrigation is a great idea, especially considering the fact that 40 Oaks have community gardens there. So I also would like to see if we can go ahead and get this project done as well. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Perkins?
I'll wait and see. I'll reserve my comments and see where discussion goes.
All right. Council, did you have any?
Perkins.
Thank you. Council, did you have any comments on this item? Okay. Hearing none, we will proceed with the community. Mr. Gomez.
We also have Mr. Medford.
Mr. Medford.
Yeah, so y'all probably know that I've done some research on the well water here in the city. I'm not going to argue with the cost estimate, but I still think that we're a little low here on what the actual cost is. I got family that have farms down in South Georgia, and they tell me how much it costs to drill a new one every time they got to move a well or do something like that, and it's a lot more than what this says, especially when you talk about the piping and whatnot. I'd want to know how much water usage we'd be using to water the gardens at 40 Oaks, and just how much, if we get the county to put it on a meter that's not a sewage charge, we may be able to get a bulk cost on this, but that's a lot of water, $40,000 worth for how many years of usage, especially since it's non-potable. So, and so my suggestion actually, while this is a cool experiment, and I've done a lot of research on it, I'm not sure if it pays out to only water just 40 Oaks. If we're talking about maintaining Milam, topping off the pool, watering the grass, watering the fields, things like that, where you have a large amount of water being used, I think we could recoup the cost rather quickly. But I think for watering a modest sized garden, Dean's point of rain harvesting may be a much more economical solution, especially because if you do rain harvesting, if we were to mount a couple 500-gallon cubes up near the back of the building, you wouldn't even need to use electricity to drive the watering system. You could even use drip hoses and make the whole thing really efficient. It's just that Yeah, I think the location is just not that demanding. Like I said, I think we should do a study on how much water it would require to water that garden at full tilt. I mean, if everybody's gardening, if we have some really water intensive plants that need to be watered on a daily basis, things like that, and then balance that against the cost of installing the system. And then also, I think I brought this up in a previous meeting, what would it take to secure that water source to make sure no one drinks it? What would be the controls that would have to be in place? Would only Rodney's team have the ability to draw water out of that to make sure that we don't have any citizens decide that while they're watering their plants to take a quick swig? There are some nasty things in the water system, depending how far you go. So especially that have leaked around the Atlanta area in the many years. So I just think that, yeah, cool idea. Maybe not for this location. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medford. Mr. Gomez, did anyone else sign up for it?
Mr. Hadlock.
Mr. Hadlock.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think if you're talking about digging a well in South Georgia, you're tapping into the Florida aquifer, and it's probably a lot more expensive, deeper drilling. I know of one well that was drilled in Clarkston across the street from me, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, that cost $8,000. And I believe that includes the pump. And of course, the well itself is just a pipe coming out of the ground to the pump, and you would have that enclosed for safety reasons and security inside a little well house. And who's to say, maybe down the road we can figure out a way to actually have potable water out of this. We can figure out the cost effectiveness of that, what it would take to filter it, and have it checked, and so forth and so on. But I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadlock. Mr. Gomez, anyone else signed up for this item?
No, Mayor. And I just wanted to add the data that's here that Mr. Kaiser also compiled. As I had stated before for this item over the last year, that we were, one, not being a priority to address, particularly during the pandemic, that we would wait until such time as we began renovations to the house at 40 Oaks. Just to reiterate, a well for potability, for potable water, is certainly not something that I recommend and did not recommend back nearly a year ago. Just because trying to comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act is very expensive. Just for example, every year you have to send a water quality report. That alone, and it has to go to all your residents. That alone is probably $10,000 to $15,000 just to get a report out. Again, but we covered for potability purposes. So the option for non-potable for irrigation. So I had again, since we started the renovation work at the house at 40 Oaks, the reason 40 Oaks seems a logical location is, one, because Global Growers is already there. There's gardens. It's also the accessibility that our public works, as well as Trees Atlanta, who installed some of the trees in the city, they would be able to access and then use that for irrigation throughout the city. Realistically, where to put a well seems easy enough, but it's not that simple. And furthermore, we would need obviously to have some experts, and I've contacted about half a dozen well companies, and only 2 returned my call that expressed even some sort of interest in coming out here and taking a look at specifically at 40 Oaks as to where to put one. Do we want to put one at Milam Park? Probably not the best place to put one. I understand the feasibility, the being able to irrigate the soccer field, for example, would be beneficial, or the grass area where the baseball, softball field, or fill up the pool. Yes, that is quite logical. But whether we actually want a little building or the ability is another matter at Milam Park. So 40 Oaks seems to be reasonable. Now, there are the concerns of keeping the public from drinking it are very real. In the document that's attached to the item, again, that's a big part of it. These are not that inexpensive. I think they are a little bit less, they're less expensive than solar panels, but a little bit more complicated because of the potential accessibility by the public. So those are some of the concerns, and then whether, again, the ability to use it. Global Growers has improved their irrigation. When I spoke with Robin with Global Growers, she said, I mean, yeah, they could use it. They currently have tanks. They're drawing their water to irrigate from the actual structure that we're going to renovate, but you know, whether that continues is one of the, you know, we'll determine that with the renovations. But I also want to give opportunity to Larry. I think you're still on the line.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Well, I think everybody covered most of the topics. I have somewhat of a background in this as well. And so I just try to lay out all of the issues that council and you, Ms. Mayor, need to address. I guess the cost of this is really not that awful. I am more concerned, and I did get 2 quotes, and you can see what those quote numbers are per foot to install the well. Did some research on various websites regarding where groundwater exists in Clarkston, and there are 2 abandoned wells that were abandoned a number of years ago, one under the police station and one off of College and East Avenue. Those were abandoned back in the 20s, the one under the police station and where the elevated water tank was, and the one that the cab put in as abandoned in the 1940s or 50s. Those went down to about 600 or 700 feet. So if you take that number, just multiply it times a unit price per foot, you have a number for drilling. Of course, we do not know exactly whether we're going to hit water at 200 feet or 1,000 feet. There's a lot of variability with water levels in any place in the Piedmont geological area. And so, you know, that's one consideration. You've got to secure the well house. End of story. There is no conversation there about how secure it should be. It should be 100% secure. You need to be sure that there is signage all over the place so that nobody takes a swig out of a hose as they're working in their garden. Just protect the city. You need to do monitoring. You need to do chemical testing of the well periodically, just to lower the risk of somebody potentially drinking out of a hose. And so you know, that's something that needs to be considered as well. No permitting required by EPD. If you withdraw less than 100,000 gallons a day, no water withdrawal permits. There is permitting by DeKalb County Environmental Health for this. I assumed some irrigation numbers of about 10 gallons a minute. That may be a little bit low, but based upon a 6-inch line, you're looking at about $14 to $20 a foot to drill well. Then you got the cost of the irrigation lines, the equipment, the pump, the well house. All of that is, you know, between $10,000 to $20,000. So the cost is, you know, between $20,000 to, let's say, $35,000 to do the work. Again, assuming that we're going to go down to about 700 feet or so in terms of finding water. You know, got maintenance costs for that as well. And, you know, it's possible, if council wants to at least proceed, you can advertise and bring in a contractor or put out the bid and see what kind of numbers you get for the drilling part, as well as the well house construction, and as well as the irrigation lines running to the various gardens. And so, you know, it's something that you could pursue in terms of finding a number. But I think what I've provided here gives council and you, Ms. Mayor, some numbers at least contemplate.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is pretty, I certainly agree that there might be some concerns, but I think it's the concerns are a bit overblown as far as I'm concerned. That I think if you put a signage that says "Don't drink it," and if somebody drinks it, I think it should not be our fault. Or people would drink a chemical, and if you write something on it, and if they don't listen to you, I think that should not be. I mean, we are all grown people. I mean, I don't really understand why we're so worried about people drinking well water. But anyway, we are not talking about potable water, and I think that has already been addressed. I'm not intending this to be for potable water, and let's put a sign in there, and if somebody drinks it, it's at his own risk, and that would be clearly understood by the people who will use it. And the other thing, I mean, the chemical testing. Well, we do have chemical testing for the swimming pool, so if it is necessary cost, I don't see why the city that would not want to do that. And the last but not least is building. We're gonna have to build this. It's a small structure that will cover the well, and of course, it will be part of it. And thankfully, and I really appreciate it, both Mr. Gomez and also Mr. Kaiser for giving us these numbers. And it seems like this is within the amount that I think that is affordable. And I would really go ahead and bid this, and let's see how much response we get. And if we can get this done, I think it would be great addition to 40 Ops.
Thank you. And Council, you've heard from Mr. Kaiser, so we can decide next week on how we would like to proceed with this. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which would be E8. Which is creation of a complete unified survey of all land parcels comprising Friendship Forest. Friendship Forest. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually, I think there is already a map, I guess. I didn't know that. So I think this agenda item is pretty much mute. So if let's have this map, and let's put it, make it part of the Friendship Forest and put it on the board, and at least we know now what is part of the Friendship Forest, and I think that's pretty much. And since we have it, I guess that'll be it. I guess you want to add anything? And I would actually later, hopefully, if Mr. Warren Hadlock had he as a member of the committee, he championed on this, so I would definitely like to hear from him. But when we hear to the community, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Perkins, you want to add anything?
I don't have anything.
Okay, thank you. Council, did you have any other comments for this? Okay. Hearing none, Mr. Gomez, comments from the public.
We have, all right, Mr. Hadlock.
Okay, Mr. Hadlock.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I don't see any survey of Friendship Forest. I wish I could look at it and see it. I know we've got sort of map here in the agenda package that doesn't show all the lots as far as I can see. You have a total of about, I think about 22 acres, maybe just 20, but I think about 22. And so I'm not sure that it includes the most recent purchase of about 3.2 acres or so back in the back behind the apartment. And, you know, my my desire would be to have a legitimate survey of the property. And, you know, it'll cost about $8,000 maybe, something like that. But then you've got a legitimate, complete survey and not just some drawing that shows different lots, and apparently not even all of those. So I think it's important for us to have it for our signage. You want to be able to provide something up front at that so far unused signboard in the parking lot, maybe down at the pavilion. So I haven't seen any survey. If Mr. Gomez has one, I'd love to know, and I'll put in a open records request, or maybe he could just send it to me. But I don't know of any survey that's taken place, especially since we purchased that 3.2 or 3.6 acres. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else signed up for that?
No, Mayor, no one else signed up. We do, prior to the, I guess a few years ago, we obtained a survey. Larry, is that correct?
Yes, correct. We have a survey of the entire, of all the parcels, an actual survey done 6 years ago.
So we will pull that out and send it to all the council and anyone else who would like a copy of it.
Okay, perfect. Because if you scroll down,
that'd be great.
You can kind of see that doesn't equal up to the total that we have. So that will be great.
What is the total? I guess you're saying there are other parcels other than these. That's what Mr. Hadlock.
I think
that's what Mr. Hadlock said, that there was an additional parcel, but we'll look at the survey and make that determination from the survey. And if we don't have one, then we will obtain a survey.
So if we can verify that the survey we have is the latest, that would be great. And then we'll all have it. Because how much is that? Okay, we're good with that. We'll move on to the next agenda item. The E9, which is the pollinator garden at Friendship Forest. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, this is also another agenda item that the Environment Committee have passed about last year, and I see that there has been some plants being planted, but I'm not sure if that would constitute a pollinator garden. I mean, we do have many plants that were put in there, but the tennis court, it was specifically the last time I've been there, it's just overgrown weed, and it doesn't look like a pollinator garden. And I don't know, I'm not sure if that's the one, but I did not see much of the flowers that would, I don't know, that would constitute attractive to pollinator bees. The last time I saw it about 4 years ago, it looked a lot different than it is right now. So I'm just thinking in terms of that. And but I know it's right now, it might be a bit late, but I think it would be great if we continue planting flowers at the right season, at the right time, and do it every year. Have a pollinator garden for the Friendship Forest. But that's just what I want to say. But if Mr. Gomez want to explain what was done, I think that'll be helpful.
We completed what we were provided to install the trees and the bushes. If you're referring to putting a pollinator garden where the granite is or where the tennis court was, we did not put anything where the granite is. That was not the directive. Over where I guess the tennis court used to be located, where there are an awful lot of daisies and other plants, we were adding bushes there that would incorporate, for pollinators to be there. When I've walked around there, I see a lot of pollinator bees and birds, etc. But we will add them at the right time of the year if that's the request to do so. I would hesitate to put one over where the granite is. That was not part of the original plan, but if that's what you would like for the city to do, then we will do that at the right time, whether that's in the fall or late fall. We used to have I think, well, it wasn't a pollinator garden, but more of a meadow over off of East Ponce that we have not replenished as well. So and I was told that there was a third one along East Ponce, but not exactly sure where. But we just have not, replenished these, again, meadows or whatever else was requested at Friendship Forest that was beyond the scope of the redesign of Friendship Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. And just out of curiosity, because I remember a while back that granite garden or granite area wasn't necessarily there when we initially voted on this. When did that happen, or how did that happen?
Larry, do you have?
Yes. Yes, the granite work was all done, Ms. Mayor, over the course of the construction of the project. So from 2000 and I guess when we started with the first contractor, it was sometime in 2018. And then of course we finished up in late 2019, early 2020, is when that rock meadow garden was installed as part of the project. We installed wildflowers, I guess whenever it was, last fall. Again, we are going to be placing topsoil on top of the rocks, brooming that topsoil into the cracks and replanting wildflowers. My staff and I will be doing that ourselves at no cost to the city over the next day or two.
It's because that when we originally did that, that was not part of that design. Am I incorrect with that? Because I remember back when we voted on this, we didn't have that piece over there. Is that, am I?
No, you're 100% correct, Ms. Mayor. Okay. It was not. Yeah, I spoke to Ron Huffman about it, and we talked about that slope that was there. And I said, we could stabilize that slope with grass, or we could put in something a little bit more unique, like a rock meadow, like rock garden. And Ron Huffman, who is the landscape architect for this project, thought that was he basically told me that was a great idea. So he provided recommendations to me on the type of wildflower seeds to install. And so we actually reutilized all that granite instead of throwing it away. And it was a great reuse of a very valuable product.
Okay, because I was curious about that, because just out of curiosity, while we're talking about that and the meadows and everything else, was that the only option for us to use that granite? Because I know we used some of the granite over at 40 Oaks.
Yes.
And so, and I know from just an overall project, that granite is very valuable, but it doesn't match kind of the aesthetics of what you look at when you see that area. It just is like rocks, granite. So I was curious about that. I just wanted to know.
Yeah. So we had one heck of a lot of granite that we have replaced over the last 4 or 5 years. And we used every bit of it wherever we could. A good example of that is Roland Street, where we are reusing that granite, and we're going to use it on the crosswalks on Roland Street. We use it at Friendship at 40 Oaks. We had about 3,000 feet of it on East Ponce over the last couple of years, replacing that granite and putting in new granite. We talked and actually thought about using the salvaged granite on the Streetscapes project instead of the new granite. And the problem is the pieces of granite that you see are very, very small pieces of granite. Some areas of Clarkston have long pieces. Most pieces are really unusable. Even though it's valuable, you can't really use it again on a road project because they're too small of a piece. It's just very difficult to get them straight and just not good for that. But it's good for walkways, as we have been using. on various locations.
I was curious, I didn't know if that was another option. Because again, I remember us voting on this, and I don't remember that the rock garden over there. But just, wanted to bring that point up. So, okay. Any other comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I've got a question.
Sure.
Mr. Kaiser, what just out of curiosity as well, do you have a planting and maintenance schedule for the wildflowers in this pollinator garden?
No, I don't have that. That's something Rodney and I and Mr. Gomez have talked about, just general maintenance throughout Friendship Forest Wildlife Sanctuary. It's not just the rock garden, Mr. Perkins, it's all of Friendship Forest. And so the next, very rarely do you plant wildflowers in the very first year, as we have seen in the city over the last couple of years. Do those wildflowers germinate the very first year? And so the kind of wildflower seeds that you put in there are for shade environment. We also have some wildflowers that we planted inside of the wetlands area. And so what you see down there is, if you look at the rock garden, about half of what you see are not weeds. Half of them are wildflowers. The other half are weeds. As you choke out the weeds with additional wildflowers and backfill of topsoil between the cracks of the granite, you replant again wildflowers, over a period of a year or two or three, you're going to begin to see those wildflowers actually take hold and be less weeds and a lot more wildflowers.
Sure. And you said you're planting those for the sort of first round is happening within the
second round. Second round.
Okay, I gotcha.
And that'll occur over the next couple of days.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone sign up for this one?
Mr. Hadlock.
Mr. Hadlock.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was told that this curbstone garden, that I was told that this was going to be a wildflower garden by Mr. Kaiser back when the rock first started showing up, and I was wondering what the heck was going on with that. And so I don't know that the council ever voted for that to happen. I think that may have been just an executive decision, which is kind of unfortunate. I would strongly recommend against planting wildflower seed now. It's too late in the year. A lot of grass and weed, which has just been hacked down by weed eaters recently, is just going to come back, and you're going to have very minimal success getting any kind of a wildflower output this year. Needs to be planted late fall or very early spring. Now it's just not a good time to do it. I appreciate Larry doing it for free and all of that, but it's not a good idea. We also need to put things in like butterfly milkweed, and that has to go in early. There's no way it would come to flower this late in the year. And if it doesn't come to flower, it won't go to seed. And if it doesn't go to seed, it won't come back the next year. Before they weed eated everything down to the top of the stone a few days ago, a week ago, we did have a few, we had some partridge pea coming out, and there were signs of other wildflowers, but that would have been better to leave that than to plant anything new this year. The area where the old tennis courts were, another guy's cut a straight path through. I guess it's almost like a lane for the heavy machinery the city brings through there. I wish they wouldn't do that. I wish they'd use the asphalt. But I noticed they cut it down, and it's kind of widened out a bit, and they planted some kind of bushes every 10 or 15 feet, which is not a wildflower or pollinator garden. Doesn't have anything to do with it. So it looks kind of silly. They're sort of stuck right into these little circular spaces they cut, and all around it is weeds and pine saplings and some wildflowers that are hanging on from what we planted several years ago, but not many can make it through all the weeds and the pine saplings. All that really needs a landscaper, gardener, professional. I don't fault our guys at all, but they're not gardeners and they're not designers, and it needs design and it needs professional help and somebody to get it going for the first couple of few years, and then they kind of take off. That's the way pollinator gardens work. It takes about 2 or 3 years to get them really well established. And what we're doing now is just throwing good money after bad. So I'd say, don't do anything in the tennis court area until next year, even though the council, I think, approved up to $25,000 for the grassy area and the tennis court area. And I don't think more than a few $1,000s been spent. So I just really urge you to, let's employ professional help, get something with a design to it, somebody who knows what they're doing, and somebody who can take this on a contractual basis for, the first few seasons. And once again, planting that granite curbstone garden is just not going to work this year. So I strongly recommend Larry stay away from that. It's a waste of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadlock. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr.
Mayor,
Millage.
this is Robin. I had a difficult time understanding Mr. Hadlock, but it sounded like well, not to get to that, but I had a difficult time understanding what he was saying. But what you see on the screen, we haven't done anything other than mow or weed through it, and we did install some bushes this week. That's been the extent of what the city has done here. To my knowledge, at least in the 2+ years that I've been here, as well as the granite area that Mr. Kaiser brought up, which I think the changes to that, as he stated, were made in 2018 to do that. But yeah, we will, bring somebody similar to like Roots Down or someone else that's going to, Roots Down is, I believe, going to be managing and obviously maintaining the growth and all the plant species, et cetera, the permeable landscaping around Refuge Coffee there on Market and East Ponce, and then the Brockett Triangle areas. So we are going to have obviously somebody knowledgeable and a professional to do that, and we will bring the same here. And then they'll tell us what to do here, what to remove, what to keep. But again, we went based on the only document that we had that stipulated what to add in this area, and that's what has been done, the trees and the bushes. And I'm inferring that this is where Mr. Hadlock was talking about, where the tennis court area used to be. So we'll go from there. I'm sorry, I think
I appreciate
Shades
that.
of Green, I'm sorry. Larry can clarify who we're using for the permeable landscaped areas.
Yes, Shades of Green, who did the installation. We're meeting with them, and we're going to scope out the maintenance requirements, both for the community garden at Brockett Triangle, as well as the area in front of Refuge Coffee.
Okay. I'm trying to stay on this agenda item, but that might be something we need to add next time. Talk about that Brockett Triangle. But I also want us at some point, if not sooner, to kind of talk about that another option, because again, when we voted on this, we didn't vote to put the granite garden in there. And so if that was something from a slope and needing to make adjustments, I wish we could have had more options to discuss about that, or even that council at that time. So I think making sure we maybe have a follow-up conversation as it relates to that, I want to make sure we do that.
But what exactly are you looking to do with that area then? I mean, because it sounds like you would like to change it.
Yeah.
Which we can. I mean, that's not it's
Okay.
just a cost to do that. But again, that decision was made a few years ago. And I mean, but we can obviously make the change going forward. That's what it sounds like, if I understood what you were saying.
Yes. So to your point, Mr. Gomez, it is great that we're leveraging the usage of the granite, but from how that was going to be done, I don't know if the council at that time even voted or knew that was going to happen. And so if that's the case, I'm just trying to make sure that type of decision from that large of an area is something that might have been something the council might have wanted to know before it was actually installed.
No, I agree, but I said that decision was made before I arrived. Just
and I get it, I'm not putting it on you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But right. But any changes that we do have, we do bring back to the council. So that's why I'm making that statement very directly.
Right, and I appreciate that, but I also want to make sure that if that's something from making sure how that area was supposed to be and look, I don't mind us having that discussion, because again, that wasn't what I remember or envisioned in having. And so I just wanted to make sure, since we were talking about all of that in the pollinating gardens, that we brought that up. And so, however, at that point, the council would like to address it, then we can. But I just wanted to make sure that that point was brought up in terms of the overall look of that area. That was not something that was originally voted upon or brought up again for the council at that time to even do. So I just want to make sure that, from us having the opportunity, we're talking about doing the plantings, we're talking about doing some other things, is that we keep all of that in mind. And so, Ms. Vice Mayor Yasu, you had a question, and I see Councilwoman Hopkins.
Yeah, I just want to say my last piece on this, but I just want to say that when the Transportation and Environment Committee met, and we recommended it to the council, and then the city council voted almost on all of these agenda items and directed the city manager to plant the open field. Now it is already planted. There are trees in there. That's great, but the pollinator garden was not done. But all I'm trying to say is, in the future, just let us have this habit of doing it at the right season, of course. But and let's just have this on regular basis. And if we can find more places in the future, maybe add more places. But the idea is to always have pollinator gardens, or for our environmental health benefits of. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Councilwoman Hopkins.
Okay, I was refraining from putting my hand up because my comments really tied this to several of the other items coming up, including the park ranger and city arborist. But my concern here is that we are having things happening out of order and out of place by having this city engineer designing the parks and having the landscape designer designing the interpretive signage for the parks, and having the park ranger simply not get hired until all of that is done. I think, we end up with things which, some people love the granite. I haven't met one. Some think it looks like industrial construction waste, which is kind of what it actually is, because it's curbs that were ripped out. I did notice one day I was in Friendship Forest, and I don't know how this happened, but a bench was made from some of that granite. 2 pieces of granite were set upright, and then another piece across the top. But then it wasn't attached, so it had just fallen over. And if a child had been sitting on that, or an adult for that matter, somebody could have gotten badly hurt. So I really think we need to get the park professionals, the wetlands professionals, the people that are trained specifically for that to be doing that, because I do think that granite of that size and thickness looks very much like an old graveyard where the stones have been knocked over. That's my interpretation, but it's not a design that works. Yeah, that looks to me like industrial waste right there. Like we just threw a bunch of rocks. It's not something I would have planned or encouraged. It's not natural. It's supposed to be Friendship Forest Preserve Sanctuary. And that's a bunch of curbs that were pulled out of the ground and thrown. It's just not the way I would have gone.
I've yet to have anybody make any negative comments. I must be there with folks that actually do like it, but you know, we'll start surveying people when I'm out there what they think of it. Hadn't thought of asking yet.
But well, I just think that having park professionals do the park planning would be
but that's who did do the park planning when this was designed, with the exception of this, putting the granite there. From my understanding, in 2016, 2017, 2018, the city used outside firms for the design for all of this. That's what I've read, and that's been
right.
My understanding.
But it's specifically the granite that I'm talking about.
Okay.
And again, that was Mr. Gomez, that was before you were on board. And so the other piece is the council at that time, I don't think had the input to say, you know, that to go forward with it. So again, we've talked about this, you know, if it's something that council would like to pursue or whatever to find out, something that's a little more palatable in that area. I would agree to it because it just doesn't fit. And to be able to have the vote before it's in there to say that's something that we would want to do, that wasn't an option. And so just making sure we move forward and keep it going. So thank you, Councilwoman Hopkins. And we'll go on to the next agenda item, which is the interpretive signage at Friendship Forest, and Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councilmember Hopkins is a better person to present this. Can you go ahead and present it, Councilmember Hopkins?
Well, this was an issue that I had brought to the Environmental Committee. And again, it seemed like I was getting the feeling that the park signage was not written specifically by park professionals. And that's one of the reasons why I brought the idea of having a park ranger or specifically park interpretive professionals do all the signage in the park, because it's just not effective. Signage in a park is a little unique because the people that we want to obey the rules that are documented are not in any way required to read those rules to enter the park. So it is up to an interpretive professional to make it engaging and respecting the fact that people are spending their free time there and want to enjoy themselves. And so it would not detract from them enjoying themselves, but still pull them in enough to make them effective and that people would read them. And so I just want to make sure that that is maximized. And again, I'm seeing in the packet that the signs are being ordered by Ron Huff, who's a landscape designer, from my understanding, but not a park interpretive professional or resource interpretive professional, whose job it is specifically to interpret resources to the public to help them to get the best comprehension and understanding. That's all they do. And so I'm looking at the packet and some of these signs identifying the various plants. It says 12 by 18. That's huge. Like if you go to the botanical gardens, there'll be like little 4 by 5, you know, black plates, very subtle, so they don't overshadow the plants. But some of these, the signs on these, the sizes on these, if that's inches and not millimeters, the wetland plant identifiers 12 by 18. I would think that would severely overshadow the actual nature. At that point, it becomes visual. I don't know. And then downtown Clarkston interpretive signs, 24 by 36. Well, that, I'm not sure what that means, what it's referring to. So again, I'm not sure. These were by Ron Huffman, but have we engaged a park interpretive professional in this interpretive signs for the parks? That would be a question, I guess, for Mr.
Yeah, I mean, I had Larry who, because of the overseeing the entire development, Larry, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Campbell, the wetlands designer who has done this wetlands design and wetlands construction and wetlands work for his entire career, which is about 30 years, recognized by EPD and many others in the state of Georgia, is the one that recognized the fact that interpretive signage was necessary. It was actually discussed, if I remember correctly, by City Council way back when we began thinking about a wetlands project at Friendship Forest. And so he put together a good number, 4 or 5 interpretive signage designs, which was in your package to council. When was that? Back in January or December, I think. And those pretty interpretive wetland signs that shows birds and plants and flowers, that is from Mr. Campbell. And he has done this many times in his career. And so he's the one to recognize the fact that when those are placed in the wetlands area, when you're standing on the boardwalk and they're actually installed either in the wetlands area or on the edge or placed on the boardwalk itself, you need to have that size of sign because of the quantity of information that's provided on those interpretive signs or those interpretive panels. And so that came from Mr. Campbell.
And what is, other than designing wetlands, so far as being an interpretive professional, does he have any experience or qualification, specifically in creating materials for the public to read in terms of park signage?
No. So in terms of park signage, Councilwoman Hopkins, no. He does not have the interpretive signage for parks. It's really only for the wetlands area, interpretive panels for wildlife and wetlands areas only.
I'm not, what is his firm? You said a Mr. Campbell, who?
Yes, Environmental Systems LLC. I'll send you his information so you have who he is and his background.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Was there anything else that we needed to add to this?
Madam Mayor, I could not hear anything Councilmember Hopkins said, but she was muted halfway from my end. I'm not sure what happened, but anyway.
Yeah, I think she could be, I could hear her, so it wasn't a problem. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened with your line. But I think Councilwoman Hopkins, if you can kind of sum up what you just said, just so we can.
Just that the concern was that we did not have an interpretive professional, specifically a natural resources interpretive professional trained and educated to do just that, doing the interpretive signs for the park or any of the park signage. And now what the packet says is these signage from Ron Huffman, but Mr. Kaiser, I think you just said Mr. Campbell at Environmental Systems was doing the signs.
No, there's 2 people that have been involved with this project from day one. One is the wetlands expert and one is the park designer. The wetlands expert did the wetlands work. Yeah, and Ron Huffman did the park layout, the master planning, etc. And so that's the distinction between the 2. What you had in your package, Ms. Hopkins, was you had the pretty pictures from the environmental consultant. Then you had my engineer ugly draft of the park entrance signs and the kind of things that you should include on a park entrance sign. If you remember that package I sent everybody, and I said in that package, it was a draft only, just to give council an idea of what should be included on a park sign, as well as signs such as no barbecuing. So all I did was give council an idea of what needs to be put on the sign. I'm not a sign designer. And so we need somebody to design those signs, which is what Mr. Huffman can do. He actually contracts with a design company called, what is the name of that firm? I have it written down. It's iWorks or not iWorks, iZoom or something that actually takes your words and they put it into a pretty design for parks, whatever it may be. They're well recognized for doing this nationwide, and I'll provide you with that company as well. So you have the park signage as you enter the park, right? And then you have all the little miscellaneous signs like no smoking, no barbecuing, and no throwing frisbees. You have those kind of general kind of signs. And then you have the very specific wetland signs that go in the wetlands area. So you have really two types of signs.
Okay, my concern is this, that I think the no barbecuing signs and the parking signs should also be made by a park interpretive professional. I mean, what they do specifically is a very specific, very narrow kind of marketing. And what if we don't have somebody who's specialized in written communications for parklands? What you get is what I've heard referred to as like the 10 Commandments sign in Milam Park, which I never even saw after having been there dozens of times until somebody pointed it out to me, because there is nothing about it that ever made it noticeable or seemed like it wanted to be read. But there's 10, don't do this, don't do that, do that. I'm not sure anybody who's ever visited that park has read that sign top to bottom. I'm not sure why you would. You're out to have a good time. You don't have to, so don't do it. It looks like work. So that's why even the signs in the parking lot, even the do not do this signs, need to be done by interpretive professionals, because that's what they do. They communicate with the public to help them get the best experience in that natural resource. And whether we don't want them barbecuing, that's still all park signage needs to be managed by a park interpretive professional. And that was my concern. Right. Having the landscape designer, right, having the wetlands maintenance people, designer specialists doing what is a very narrow field, I think ends up detracting from what, you guys have put a huge amount of effort into.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hopkins, for bringing up those points. I think from this, we can, Mr. Gomez, beyond what we have here, to have someone who is specialized in that area for Councilwoman Hopkins in the council. That's what I'm hearing. Is that the concurrence from the council? Okay. All right.
That was the recommendation that came out of the environmental committee to the council, that I think we voted at and directed the city manager to ensure that all park signage was made by a park interpretive professional.
Okay. So we can follow up with that. Mr. Gomez, did we have any comments from the public?
We have, let's see, Mr. Medford.
Mr. Medford.
I want to break my streak here. Yeah, so looking at the packet, I was happy to see that under instructional signs that the boardwalk rules includes icons. I believe we should probably include those with the fire danger and do not enter water signs as well with the icons. My degree actually is in communications and with a minor in international communications. And so we're going to be dealing with people who don't speak English. If we're not going to translate these signs for people, we have to make it language neutral then. So the ones that actually could be end up with you getting a fine or slapped in jail need to be written in such a way that, like with the icons, can be understood by even a non-English speaker. So especially also the ones that would be the trail sign and map, anything else that could be interpreted through icon, I highly suggest that we use. So as for a sign size, I would picture some of these signs being somewhat off the trail. We probably don't want people leaning right over the plants. And so from a distance point of view, not everybody has 20/20 vision. Having them slightly larger, which really is larger than a notebook paper, 12 by 18, I believe should be just fine. You don't really want people stomping over the plants to go read the sign if they're looking for something. I know I'm picturing the things that, like the Atlanta Botanical Garden, they have the cute little metal signs at the base of the tree. Well, you're 2 feet from it. You can bend down to see it. Like I said, you don't want people stomping all over the thing to go read some sign. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gomez, did we have anyone else?
Mr. Hadlock.
Mr. Hadlock.
Thank you, Mayor Burks. I would agree with Larry Kaiser on the size of the wildlife sanctuary interpretive signs. Not so sure about what the instructional signs are, but they do give a good bit of information and hopefully pictures or designs, and so that's kind of a typical size that I've seen in other places. I'm a little bit concerned about putting one out on the boardwalk. It's going to be maybe kind of a little overwhelming out there when you're trying to look at the water, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, that's all I wanted to add, and I think Ms. Hopkins and others have pretty much covered it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadlock. Okay, if there's nothing else, we will proceed to the next agenda item. Thank you all for your comments. And that is item E11, which is the discussion of a city arborist. Councilwoman Hopkins. You're on mute, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I think that I was kind of discussing that in the last item. That was another directive we had given. Well, actually, it's been in our city charter for, I guess, 14 years, but we have not had a city arborist to the point that would serve the purpose as defined in our city charter, that whenever someone is taking down trees, they would submit an application to the city arborist. Doesn't have to be a Clarkston city employee, but perhaps someone like Steve Quinn. I think his firm is on contract with the city, but he's also known as our city attorney. Despite that, we all know who to direct questions at when we have legal concerns, and we have very specifically our only protection for our tree canopy in our city charter is basically an arborist making all the decisions on every tree, doing an inventory of all specimen trees, and we haven't had one. So my concern to talk about this was just to get an update from the city manager on what is happening. Do we have somebody we can now consult with in?
Yes, Canopy Consultants, Mr. Phillips.
Okay.
That's who we use.
Will we be able to meet him at some point?
I can certainly have him attend the next meeting if you'd like to meet him in person.
Well, absolutely, because we do need to revise our tree ordinance, and I was very much hoping that we would have someone that we could work with on a regular basis per our city charter.
And we've also utilized Mr. Alex, interesting, same first name, Alex Ross, with Sharper Edge Tree Care for actual mainly tree removals and other advice on older trees or trees that are decaying and dying in terms of right-of-way maintenance more so for trees that have advanced beyond the ability to, you know, to be saved. And again, these are when we've had to remove trees who we've utilized, but in terms of any type of project or tree permit, we're sending those through Mr. Phillips. And I can have both of them attend a future, or listen in on a future meeting to have them both just say hello and introduce themselves.
How long has Alex Phillips been our designated arborist?
I'm good, at least, I don't know, Larry, at least for a year. Shawana, how long have we used Mr. Phillips?
Yes, I have used him for all of the development plan reviews when it comes to arborist work for, let me see how long, about 18 months, 2 years. And then before that, I had somebody else.
Will he be engaged in doing the tree survey of specimen trees in Clarkston?
Are you referring to the entire city canopy that's in our rights of way and parks?
Yeah.
We can. I mean, we can certainly do that. We budgeted $50,000. I imagine that's probably what that would cost. I don't know. But we will certainly inquire and have him do that if that's what the request is.
Well, that's what the directive is of the city charter, as well as being able to answer questions, to create tree survey, to be the protector of Clarkston's tree canopy.
Right. And we had never funded this prior, other than because we really didn't have any development prior to the developments that started in the last 3 years. And again, we just hadn't funded this. Our entire tree arborist canopy protection, maintenance, enforcement plan was pretty much about $7,000 just to remove, again, dead trees. But this year we funded, as I stated, at $50,000 to have Mr. Phillips review every application that comes in.
So this is our guy now.
Yes.
And we're ready to go. Okay, I look forward to meeting him then.
Thank you. And Council, did you have any other questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just want to add a few points.
Yes.
So I totally agree with Councilmember Hopkins. And one thing is, I see that the city staff has been working with a designated guy, but whenever we are discussing an environmental issue or an issue, if there is anything on the agenda that has to do with trees, I would expect the arborist to be at the meeting, not just to meet him. I mean, whether it's in person or not, but the council would definitely would benefit from a professional that would tell us, you know, this is not a good idea, this is a good idea, just like our city attorney advises on legal issues. So I think I would really believe that that's what Councilmember Hopkins is saying, is we need a city arborist, just like we have a city attorney that would advise us on all legal matters or on all
tree matters.
Tree matters. That's what I meant. So of course, I don't want to get legal advice from an arborist.
But just to reiterate to the council, we have so very few of these. I would say and Larry and Shawana can correct me, in the 2 years, 5 months that I've been here, we've probably had 3 items that have come before the council involving trees.
Actually, yes, that's correct. Especially with major development, as we stated before. The city before only had trees removed from individual property owners, and that was entailing, you know, dangerous or dead trees in their yards. But now we are having major developments happening that we will include a municipal arborist.
And to that point, and Councilwoman Hopkins, that's not the only thing that the arborist would do. And so I think that's part of what we need to have that discussion. So we probably need to do a baseline in terms of having that arborist to kind of say where we are from our canopy. But the arborist, and again, you know, I've talked to like Kay from Decatur, who's done a lot of this. It's education, is a whole bunch of other components that the arborist can do. So A, glad to see we have someone. B, we can make sure in terms of those baseline things that we at least have him to do. And then see what other options in terms of arborist duties and responsibilities that he can do for the city.
And Mayor and Council, last year I did mention that we were again, because we were starting to budget to do more maintenance of our, again, trees that are in either the right of way and our parks and our city facilities. So the trees here at City Hall Annex, for example, that we were having companies, we were getting quotes to advise us on what needed to be done to better maintain our trees. And we did that last year at one point to get a couple of quotes to look, and as I mentioned this before, to look at all of the trees on that would be the southernmost point of Milam Park, just beyond the top soccer field, from the parking lot, again, bounded by the parking lot, the soccer field, the creek on the east side, and then, well, it used to be, you know, now the development on the, essentially the south side. And so that's an example of what an arborist would tell us, but the arborist is not the one that's going to necessarily do the work. We would have then a tree company, and that's where the other tree company comes in. And I apologize, I didn't get more information, but for Sharper Edge Tree Care that we have used, again, to tell us, here's the maintenance, here's what you would need to do. So we'll, you know, combination of these to, again, maintain the trees that are in our responsibility, again, in our rights of way, our parks, our city facilities.
If I could, I'd also like to sort of promote our mayor here, because anybody who's listening to this conversation, if you have not seen the interview that Mayor Burks did with Kay Ivanovich, who is the city arborist from Decatur, who had just stolen her from, I believe, Brookhaven, and she had written the tree policy for both of those, and she kind of went over some of the details of that. You can see how integral a city arborist can be into the very fabric of the city, because she illustrated how with the like tree banking and fees you have to pay to remove a percentage of the canopy, affecting neighboring trees. We have nothing to the effect, but if you have a tree that's like 6 feet from the border of your property and your neighbor wants to build something, they can plow right up until the edge and it will kill your tree, and we have no protection for that. Whereas they have a protection that you cannot damage any more than 20% of a neighbor's root base, which goes from the drip line, no matter how far on your property it goes. And they can rearrange like a new house on a piece of property where it could go from 0 fees for tree removal to $80,000 for tree removal, just based on how they situate building within those trees. And we need that because it's
well, and we do. That's what
the parks.
And that's what our Mr. Phillips does for us for the projects that we've had. He does look at that, performs a root analysis, make sure that obviously trees are protected, but and we'll have him explain and just what else he can do, as well as Sharper Edge Tree Care. But we do that, and yes, I agree. We will rewrite our tree ordinance to, again, mirror our neighbors, but also keep in mind we are significantly smaller, but that does not, you know, negate our responsibility, obviously, to properly maintain and preserve our tree canopy. I completely and wholeheartedly agree that that's what needs to occur, and we will make sure that occurs, but keep in mind that we will make sure that we do that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And first of all, this is step one, because this
Mhm.
isn't something that we had previously. So we're doing what we have in our charter. And
Mhm.
so we're going step one, step two, and we're making wonderful progress. So thank you, Mr. Gomez, for providing this information. Thank you, Councilwoman Hopkins, for staying on top of it. And we'll go to Mr. Gomez to see if we have anyone else from the public that wants to speak on this one.
We have no one on this item.
Outstanding. So then we'll proceed with the next item, which is E12, to discussion of a park ranger. Councilwoman Hopkins, you're on it.
Well, that's another one that is exactly, where are we with that? That's the question. I think I've already covered the whys in the previous items. So
Right, but we were never going to hire a park ranger to design, to do, we were going to, for some of the items that are listed on the screen,
Mhm.
inventory our park resources. This is straight from the environmental meeting when this item was discussed, create a resource maintenance, promote park usage. So we will be filling, we typically fill our part-time positions in the summer. We have not created the specific job duties, responsibilities. We will do that, and we will try to get somebody on board here over the next month.
Sounds like we got an answer. Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay. Mr. Gomez, do we have any from the public?
Yes, Mr. Hadlock.
Hadlock.
I thought maybe that Ms. Hopkins was speaking more about possibly a contracted position. If I'm thinking about the same thing, that we would actually have somebody as a as a facilitator, manager, coordinator for green spaces, in particular for the Oaks and Friendship Forest, but also perhaps at least to some degree from Island Park as well. So I don't know about having any part-time help in the summertime or whatever. I think this is more comprehensive than that, is my understanding anyway. Laura can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hadlock. Any other comments from the council?
No one else signed up to speak.
Hopkins.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, I was the intention, I think, of the environmental committee that the park ranger would be essentially a consultant, not somebody coming in, you know, some kid out of high school to just like pull weeds and maintain the park, but that would actually be doing park management, somebody with a park management degree, even on a part-time basis or a consulting basis.
And I guess, Mr. Gomez, for us to start this, is this something where, well, I guess we need to look at how we have this person in this position written up, because I don't think we have that right now. Is that correct?
Well, we don't have, I mean, the idea was to hire somebody part-time, but it can be a firm. I mean, hire an individual, we can hire a firm, but this is the understanding of what the position would do. If there's something else, please let me know.
This appears in the agenda item, which came from the environmental.
Correct. This came from the environmental meeting.
Right. So yeah, to be honest, I don't think we're going to get somebody as a 20,000 a year employee that has the education and the background to do that unless they're otherwise retired. So it may be on a consulting basis. I think that would be the most likely outcome, but however we get there.
So I guess we need to give Mr. Gomez direction as far as moving forward with this one. Because is it that we want a person, or do we want
a firm?
firm.
Are there firms that do consulting on park rangers, or it still be a person that
Not to
might?
my knowledge, but we can certainly inquire and see what's available and what, I guess what we should do is what other cities do. I mean, they have parks professionals that do some of this. And then I came from a city where we had, but they were employed by the city. It was an individual that did these functions. So, but yeah, I mean,
well,
I guess
I'll be.
Yes. So let Robin, you finish, and then Councilwoman Hopkins.
No, I'm finished.
Okay, and Councilwoman Hopkins.
No, I'll just be completely honest. The 20 hours a week was not my idea. That was a compromise I think we came to when doing the budget last year. But I think we need, yes, at least a parks director, if not a parks department, but definitely. Because the more resources we put in it, the more we'll get out of it. Ultimately, I think the goal would be to have somebody doing interpretive walks with the youth to get young people involved in environmental issues, to get everybody out to experience some nature and some green bathing, and to get it to the point that you feel you could do interpretive walks. We have to make sure our trails are maintained and we have all the poison ivy out of it and all of the invasive species out of it. So it would take us a lot to get us to the point that you would want to give tours of the park. So yeah, 20 hours a week to me is just a start.
So just for clarification, are we giving the city manager the direction to look at a person? Okay,
That's what it sounds like, to hire just a parks professional to be able to, you know, whatever, to do these functions as have been stated and are listed on the screen.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Reasonable.
Okay, thank you. And so with that, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is the Juneteenth Day proclamation. And so that is me. And so we are very happy to make sure from a city perspective, we've included this as a day that we are giving our employees off. But it's also a day for us as a city to celebrate and to make sure that we come together to recognize Juneteenth. And so that is on June 19th. And so as a city, get ready. We're going to start a small celebration. And so we'll see that more likely up at Tahoe Village. And so just want to make sure that we recognize that, again, from emancipation and slavery, the word didn't spread. We didn't have technology to let people know. And so it wasn't until June 19th and 1865 that you saw from Galveston, Texas, that the word didn't get out to the slaves. And that was 2.5 years later. So it's important for us to embrace our culture, for all our community, and especially our African-American community. And we as a city are doing great things with that. And I want to thank Councilwoman Hopkins for being the one to kind of spearhead this to make sure in terms of equity that we are mindful of the equity of our residents. So thank you. Did anyone else want to say something? Councilwoman Hopkins?
Not the day after tomorrow, but a week from them, Thursday, we are having a meeting to plan the Juneteenth celebration, such as it is. It's been touch and go with the CDC recommendations. Can we safely do anything at this point? But I think we can if it's outdoors, and we are mindful that we can have as you say, a simple celebration of Juneteenth to get us started, and then hopefully have continued bigger and better Juneteenth celebrations. I think it is important that everybody, regardless of race or color, acknowledge the very significant day that is. A lot of people do refer to the Emancipation Proclamation and don't realize that did not do anything for many, many enslaved people, because it wasn't until 1865. Not only did they come and spread the news, they also showed up with the military to say, this is not a suggestion. We're done. And that was it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hopkins. And so, yes, so just make sure, save the date, and make sure for next week for the meeting, but also the celebration. So if it's nothing else, Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone signed up for that?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So then we will go ahead and move to the next agenda item, which is the same weekend. So we're just going to have a very busy weekend. It is World Refugee Day proclamation. And so we are a very welcoming community. And you know, for more than 30 years, we have been welcoming our, as I like to call, our new Americans to Clarkston. And so we want to make sure that we recognize our refugee population and what contributions they've made to our community. And just to make sure that we understand and we have a level of cultural humility to understand the struggles that many of them have faced, but despite the struggles, how they have persevered and done wonderful things for our community. So again, World Refugee Day is June 20th. And so I think the refugee resettlement agencies are coming together that day at Refuge Coffee. So we'll have, again, a weekend of celebration, aside from that also being Father's Day too. But we'll have a weekend of celebration. But we, again, want to recognize our new Americans who continue to make great strides, who've been a part of Clarkston for more than 30 years, from our different 50 countries, and just say thank you for making Clarkston your home. And we appreciate what you do from a business perspective and everything else to our city. And we want to make sure that you know that we continue to welcome and support our communities. Anyone else? Yes.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say thank you for this as well. However, I am not sure what is the significance of this date 2014. I think that's not true. Whereas Clarkston has been known as a welcoming city since 2014. Please remove that to 1980s. That's not true statement 2014. Please, I don't think that's really a correct statement. So I would either remove that date at all, or just Clarkston has been welcoming city from what, 1980s. People have been coming here as refugees. It didn't start in 2014.
No, it didn't start in 2014, but as a council, they voted to make Clarkston a welcoming city.
Yeah, so but I just don't think it's factual to say has been known as a welcoming city. I mean, I think Clarkston has been known as a welcoming city since 1980s.
Okay, but I can modify, but again, the point is from a codifying it. That's something that we codified. We've been doing it since 1980, no problem. And if you notice, those are the different pieces that we said with that resolution at that time. So I just want to make sure, from asking where that came from, that was something back, if you look in 2014, that as a city we did. The previous council did.
I mean, if we're going to look at what previous councils did, I'm pretty sure there might have been other resolutions that we don't know of, ma'am. So that's why, Madam Mayor, I just think it's not, it would not be fair to our residents to tell them that they were not welcome in city before that. So that's why I would strongly encourage you to either change it, or you could add, whereas Clarkston City Council passed the resolution in 2014, that's fine with me. But to say that Clarkston has been known to be as a welcoming city, I would go to the furthest date, which is 1980s.
Okay, well, we can either put, thank you, Mr. Medford, for a designation, or we can just change that to say a long time. So anything else, council? All right, Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else to make comment?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your feedback, Vice Mayor Yasu. And then we have the last proclamation, which is for LGBTQ month, just recognizing our LGBTQ community and that it is Pride Month. And as you know, June is designated as Pride Month. And so just wanted to make sure to include our LGBTQ community, again, to know that we are welcoming all the time. So making sure that we acknowledge that and to support our community. Any other comments from the council? Okay.
Thank you for putting this out there.
Thank you.
I know we have a huge LGBT community, and I know they appreciate being recognized. So.
And that's what we just want to make sure that we recognize our community. And so, Mr. Gomez, do we have any comments?
No one signed up to speak, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to say the same thing here as well.
I knew you were gonna say it, so I'm okay.
Because
Thank you.
we have the same date here as well, so I think it would be feasible to either change it because and also I think it would be great to add that we definitely want to encourage our residents to be tolerant and educate and learn more about each other and continue to grow together. But I think this is great first steps. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. If nothing else, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the DeKalb Regional Land Bank. Mr. Gomez.
This item, an old item that actually started back in 2017, we were approached, and I think the mayor was approached specifically by DeKalb County to proceed with approving an intergovernmental agreement that would reestablish the DeKalb Regional Land Bank Authority with the city of Lithonia and DeKalb County, and then us as the third member of this Regional Land Bank Authority. The council in 2019 the Clarkston City Council in 2019 adopted a resolution reaffirming the city's commitment to participate in this Regional Land Bank Authority, which was originally established back in 2011. The purpose of this Regional Land Bank Authority is to really take a look at vacant, abandoned, blighted, derelict properties and through these jurisdictions and attempt to assemble them, acquire them, and then look for them to be redeveloped. With the eventual goal that they go back on the property tax digest or tax roll as contributing productive properties as opposed to their previous status. So we, the city of Clarkston, never approved participating in this agreement. Mr. Quinn did review the agreement when it was presented to us last year, provided some feedback to the county. We did not hear back from the county. I also reached out to the Lithonia city manager and did not hear back from her. But we do have a few concerns. They're listed here on the screen just to advise the council that, really initially, just to go over them quickly, the county appoints the members of the authority, or the majority of them, excuse me, with more than all the cities are combined. If we join the land bank, then the land bank authority can void any liens that we've currently placed on properties. Fortunately, at the current time, we have, what, 3 abandoned properties, but apparently now down to 2, excuse me, due to, excuse me, one property that was recently, we found the owner and the manager of the property, and they are in the process of cleaning it up. So again, we have very few, fortunately, here in our city limits. If we were to join the authority, we would then agree to maintain any property that's within our city limits. We would only receive a small percentage of the property taxes for any properties within our jurisdiction. And the last one, that we would agree to make in-kind contributions to this authority, such as providing some space and or supplies or equipment. So it's a standard agreement that for the Regional Land Bank Authority, it's included here on the item. And again, Mr. Quinn reviewed it. It's, it meets the legal sufficiency. Again, we've expressed some of the concerns. We did not hear, again, as I stated, from the county to make any of those changes, but the county did request that we present and have our council review it and to determine whether they would like to approve it. I know, Stephen, do you have anything you'd like to add?
You're on mute, Mr. Quinn. Mr. Quinn, you're on mute. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't really have anything additional to add other than what Mr. Gomez said. I gave a list that he provided to y'all of the issues, which was just issue spotting about what the city would be agreeing to in this IGA. So it's really a matter for the council to weigh the benefits of participating in the land bank and against, these risks, if you will, or concessions, if you want to say. It's not anything illegal, but just keep in mind that we only get a small representation on the governing body for the land bank. So once we enter it, it will be making decisions that we will be bound by.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Council, I just wanted to make sure because this was brought up to me by DeKalb. And so I wanted to make sure we brought this up to see how you wanted to proceed, or if you want to wait to see if we get additional information. Again, Mr. Gomez and I reached out to Lithonia, and then I reached out to DeKalb to find out from their lawyers, and we haven't received a response back on it. But you do see the list of concerns that Mr. Quinn brought up for us and for consideration. Okay, any comments? Do you want to just wait until maybe we get additional information from them to proceed?
I don't think we would be able to vote on it next week without additional information. I would share the concerns that it doesn't seem prudent to us necessarily to concede authority without having significant voting authority to DeKalb County. When you say you got it from DeKalb County, was that from the commission or from the CEO? From
the CEO's office.
Okay.
One of the staff members from the office.
Okay. I would be very concerned. I not automatically ruling it out, but I would want to read it very carefully.
So what we can do is, since we haven't received the information prior to the actual work session, we can make sure that, we can kind of wait to do anything with this until we get the information, and then bring it back to the agenda, hopefully next month. Okay. Is that fine, Mr. Gomez?
I agree with that.
Is that fine, council?
I'm fine with that, Mayor.
Okay, thank you all.
It's prudent.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Perkins. I heard your comments. Thank you. Okay, and then we'll just do item E17, which is to talk about the meeting. Vice Mayor Yasu. I'm so sorry. Comment.
Mayor.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and I forgot
Comments
as well.
from the public.
Mr. Medford.
Mr. Medford. I'm sorry, Mr. Medford.
Don't worry. Trying to stay awake here. Gonna make it. All right.
We're making it. We're doing this.
All right. Land bank. Yeah. So I'm torn on this one because there are positives to the land bank, but as Mr. Gomez pointed out earlier, there's only maybe 1 or 2 properties in the whole city that we would even be able to leverage through the land bank. While DeKalb County owns a large number of properties in the city, most of them are easements. So, and part of the thing that we've done as a city in Clarkston is we've been able to mitigate having these abandoned properties and vacant properties through our own city controls, through our own diligence. We didn't suffer as bad a fallout in 08 and 09 with those properties being left derelict. If we are going to continue forward with the possibility of annexation of other areas, now we're talking about land bank being useful, especially in some of the areas. One example, Waverly Place, the building that was demolished. I'm pretty sure that is now based, it's not on the tax rolls of the county yet, but it will be, because I know the lady's not going to ever take it back. But that would be a place that could be redeveloped, could be used. But if we're not going to go outside our current boundaries, I don't see any rush to have this happen. And I would also like to question, why aren't, or what others, so I see Lithonia here, is Tucker interested in being part of this? What other cities in DeKalb are participating? Why or why not would be the questions I'd want to have answered from them. So, but as for right now, if we don't have anything to gain from it, and the representation, as pointed out, is rather lopsided, and I don't think DeKalb County will always have our local interests at heart when it comes to decisions about property. So this one would be, I'm leaning more no than yes, but if we grow the city, then it might be a necessary evil. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I apologize. Mr. Gomez, do we have anyone else?
No, that was all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So again, we'll keep those points in consideration. It would be great if, again, to that point about annexation. So we'll wait to get additional information. Okay. All right, we'll move on to E17, which was an add-on about the meeting for having physical meetings. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have brought this up previously of starting a hybrid council meeting where it will be optional if somebody wants to come to the city hall or just come virtually. At the same time, also giving the same option to residents, and now since there is a lot of restriction being lifted, I don't see any justification for us to continue being a virtual only meetings, and I am not sure if it would be even legal to continue doing this and not fulfill the Open Meetings Act, which is if other cities are opening and other government buildings are being open and all businesses are open, I don't understand why we continue on, and we have courts are open, so there is no justification whatsoever for us to continue. And I would not push it for June, but I just would recommend that from July we start having the meetings. And I know that August has been mentioned, but August seems too late. I mean, why is the 2 months delay on starting regular meetings? So I just believe that I think most other businesses and other institutions are opening up. So I see that we can, and by the way, we can continue requiring people to wear masks. That's fine, but at least we can have some way of people coming to the city hall, or for the city council members also to come to the city hall, and with an option of staying at home and doing Zoom if necessary. But I think I don't see this just having only Zoom only meetings. And from, I don't know if there is going to be a study done on this, but it's never like the same feeling as having anything in person. So in person is definitely a lot better. I know it wasn't safe, but now we need to go back. I think it's about time. It's been over a year now, and the numbers are going down from with the virus. So I think it's the right time to start from July. But this is my opinion, obviously. But I really hope that the council would support this. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and Council, this is Robin. I'm going to interject. We are going to have our chambers retrofitted, as I stated earlier, to have what I stated earlier, new equipment, ability for Zoom to be transmitted at all future meetings. And unfortunately, the earliest that can be done is in July. It does not appear that it'll be completed by our July work session, but I spoke earlier today. I did request and essentially beg for them to do it in early July. They gave me a date of the third week in July. I'm sorry, the last week in July. So we're trying to get that completed sooner. So it might not be available for the July work session, but it should be for the August council meeting, which will be on Thursday, August the 5th, I believe. Yes, Thursday, August the 5th. Everything will be ready by that time. If it's ready for the July 27th work session, we can certainly have the work session at City Hall that will have all the new equipment. It'll have the Zoom option that anybody at home or any of you or anybody who chooses to Zoom in, that will also be a possibility. And I mean, it'll be functional, and it'll be the ability to participate just as we have for the past year.
And thank you, Mr. Gomez. I know that was part of the overall plan. Council, did you have any other comments?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
It's for Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, are you putting petitions in to separate us?
They're already, yeah, those are already there.
Okay, they're already there.
Yes,
and are we going to
been using them for court?
Okay, and are we all going to be vaccinated? I know we all started the process. I'm really not trying to go in the building and be open to the public, because it's not mandatory that everybody get vaccinated. And if we are vaccinated and sitting up front, we are somewhat protected, but I don't want that type of exposure until Mr. Gomez gets done with everything he's trying to do to help us all. So that's just my opinion.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Hassan.
I am 100% with Deborah Johnson. I am not going to that building until it's safe. I called DeKalb County today, and I haven't renewed my business license, and they said you cannot come to the building until the courts are closed. The building, the DeKalb's closed. Why do we have to go there? I mean, we're just doing the work as it is. So let's wait. I don't know, Mr. Vice Mayor, Yesu is, are we missing? what we are missing other than, sitting each other next to each other. So I'm not even vaccinated, and I'm not going to take vaccine, so I'm not coming.
And thank you, Councilman Hassan. And again, our city manager had a plan that he kind of outlined to make sure we knew where we were, and especially to make sure the hybrid method that we talked about was in place. And so he's doing that.
Yeah, that'll be, as I stated, available.
Yes. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Madam Mayor, by the way, I never intended to force any council member to come to the city hall. All I said is have a way of hybrid, and if somebody is okay with coming to the city hall, can come to the city hall with an option of also virtually coming in. And I see that maybe we could wait until it's retrofitted, but I personally would love to go back. The sooner the better. I mean, I'm not saying we're gonna force nobody. I mean, I think getting and of course we would require people wear masks. I don't mind wearing a mask and protecting people from getting any exposure, but
Thank you, Vice Mayor Yasu. So again, we had our city manager to come up with a plan. We had him to make sure in terms of including the points that you brought up in terms of the hybrid, that we were making the appropriate accommodations for that. And so we'll stick with that plan unless something changes where we can proceed with it earlier. But for the safety of not only the council, but also the citizens, I think we're going to continue where we are with the plan in terms of how we start having our in-person hybrid meetings. Right? Okay.
Mayor
Yes.
and Council, this is Robin again, just quickly. And in terms of since it was mentioned by the Vice Mayor, our city buildings we started to reopen for Tuesdays and Thursdays, just City Hall Annex. And we've had a few people come in. We haven't, we're going to start to advertise. I was curious what it would entail and what would happen. And really, because it's been 14 months, approaching 15 months with our current operations, we really haven't seen any impacts or people saying they weren't able to get a hold of us, etc. Some of the delays and some, I will say, a delay, or for lack of a better term, with our business license process really isn't related to being closed. That's more of our own processes that we will be modifying. But we're going to remain open Tuesdays and Thursdays for a minimum of 4 hours. And then beginning the week of June the 15th, we will reopen City Hall for a few days, the week of June the 14th. It'll be Tuesday, June the 15th, that we will reopen City Hall for at least 2 days a week. For the public, for, as I said, either at least 4 or 5 hours during the day. So, and again, I think in my last 2 weekly updates, I've mentioned that, and that's still currently our plan. The COVID-19 data has shown improvements. The positivity rate has declined. The vaccination rate has increased. Again, we have not made vaccinations mandatory for our staff. But at least half of our city staff has been vaccinated. Again, I'm not going to force them to come in person to the meetings. We will still have that Zoom functionality, and we'll take all the safety precautions that we have for the last year plus, again, just to make sure, Mayor, as you stated, that our visitors, residents, citizens that come to the meetings stay safe and feel safe to be at the meetings.
Thank you for that update. And did anyone else have a comment?
I did.
Yes.
I just want to say I appreciate the honesty of folks on the council, because I just quickly was looking for the CDC guidelines and pulled up an article that says 1 in 4 unvaccinated people may not comply with the CDC guidelines to wear masks indoors. It is very much on the honor system. And so some people for various reasons don't want to or can't get vaccinated. Those people should not be in any city building without a mask at any time. And so I do want to say I appreciate Mr. Gomez going through all of this work to get it set up so that we can continue to operate virtually. Those that, you know, feel safe to be indoors, I would rather do it by Zoom because I'm just more comfortable without a mask, and I would not want to be in there with a mask knowing that there's probably going to be, of the public, unvaccinated people who I'm not sure what the rules are going to be, but I would say everyone should be required to wear a mask because let's just face it, not everybody's always honest about whether or not they've been fully vaccinated, or not everybody understands, like even if you've had it and been asymptomatic, you still need to get vaccinated. That doesn't get you out of it. So thank you, Mr. Gomez, for getting everything set up that way that we can continue down multiple paths and still stay safe.
Thank you for that comment. Just in general, the community had any comments at this time?
We can't hear you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Did we have anyone that wanted to speak quickly about this one?
I will, real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll miss the Zoom meetings because frankly, these have been some of the most well-organized and civil meetings we've had in this city in years. Nobody talks out of turn. You get your 3 minutes and you're muted. If you're gonna misbehave, you're muted. No comments from the peanut gallery, no heckling, no bullying from the crowd. These are what the meetings should be. They're highly productive now. I would hope that these lessons and these meetings that we've enjoyed productively for the last year or so can carry forward when we do go back into live meetings. So that's my only comment as we take the lessons we've learned when we do move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Any other comments from the community? Okay, hearing none. At this time, I will entertain a motion from council so that we can go to executive session. And in the process of doing this motion, just so as a community, if this will be the last item, so you don't have to stay on the line for it, because we'll just turn around and close out and adjourn the meeting. So I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, this is Stephen.
Yes.
I was just going to say it's up to the council, but the executive session, I don't have any direction that's needed from the council at this time. I was just going to give an update. And so given the hour, if y'all would like to do it next time, that wouldn't be a problem for me. If you want to go ahead, then that's fine, obviously.
Okay, so I'm getting a lot of thumbs up from the council. Would you like to hold off until the council meeting to have the update?
Okay. I'm gonna go to sleep.
That's what happens when you have 16, 17 items on here. But yes, it was very productive, and I'm glad that we were able to cover a lot of information. So with that being said, I would love a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Second, it's been properly moved and second that we adjourn the work session meeting. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Motion passed. Thank you everyone for attending, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Good night.